Let's get down to business, folks. Smash that like button, double tap that screen. We've been having heavy traffic in here today. Lots of volumes of viewers. We just did 154,000. Thank you to everybody that came through on the live stream earlier. We plan to do that or double that or give it a good go. Like I said, as you come into the live stream, please hit the like button so we can get that same type of traffic. It definitely helps the channel out. It's free and it's very easy for you to do. So with that being said, y'all know what time it is, man. Let's get to it.
Catastrophic Thursday morning, his bluff was called regarding his AG pick, Todd Blanche. Now Donald Trump says that he may pull Todd Blanche's nomination because Senator Cornyn and Senator Tillis are not willing to confirm Blanche as the Attorney General unless and until there is a written document formally revoking the January 6th slush fund that Donald Trump entered into in his personal capacity with the federal government in his frivolous lawsuit, and where Donald Trump provided himself with a super pardon to have no more tax audits for himself and his family and his companies, essentially for the rest of his life. And Donald Trump now showing that the plan all along, get Blanche confirmed as the Attorney General, and then try to enforce the settlement agreement between Trump and the federal government where he gave himself that super pardon. Also this morning, you have Saudi Arabia striking the Sana'a airport in western Yemen, the Houthis vowing retaliation. The Middle East is on fire right now. And you had Iran claim that they destroyed multiple U.S. fighter jets, F-35s in Jordan, multiple strikes in Kuwait. Iran is claiming that they caused massive devastation in their response to the U.S. strikes. And we know Iran responded during the evening hours and during the morning. I want to break this all down for you, what's taking place this morning. Here's what Donald Trump posted moments ago. Todd Blanche is a star, and he capitalizes star. And everyone knows it. He has the potential to go down as one of the greatest attorney generals of all time. However, John Cornyn of Texas and Tom Tillis of North Carolina, both of whom I refuse to endorse and whose political careers have been ended by my action, are refusing to vote for this great nominee, who will remain in any event as acting. In other words, Trump wants to keep Blanche as acting AG forever and not get him actually confirmed by the Senate. Remember, both Cornyn and Tillis voted for Merrick Garland and others, too numerous to mention. I have no objection to temporarily withdrawing Todd's name if they do not do the right thing and putting him back after Cornyn and Tillis are out of office. Donald J. Trump, to which Cornyn and Tillis responded, there are many more people here on the Senate than just us who want to see a written document revoking that January 6th slush fund and the settlement agreement between Trump and the government, waiving all tax audits and criminal investigations into Trump's tax evasion. Now, as our editor-in-chief, Ron Filipkowski, says, it sounds like Todd Blanche actually wanted to sign off on the language that the senators requested to kill Trump's IRS immunity and slush fund so he can get the gig as Attorney General. But his client, Donald Trump, won't let him. Not really how any of this is supposed to work, but this is a lawless, organized crime operation. Indeed, it is a lawless, organized crime operation. On the Midas Touch account, we explain this makes the Epstein files, Trump's slush fund for insurrectionists, and tax fraud immunity major topics heading into the midterms. And so it seems just abundantly clear the following. The fact that Blanche refused to terminate the slush fund in writing for Trump's criminal cronies, as well as his IRS immunity deal, proves that his testimony at his confirmation hearing that these things were dead was always a lie. Everything with Trump is always a lie. They were dead until he got confirmed. And then Cornyn said, just put it in writing. We'll make it very simple. that the January 6th fund and the super pardon is terminated. Put it in writing, and then we'll confirm you as the AG. They're refusing to do that. As I've always said, this was all about Donald Trump waiving his tax liability, as he's always done his whole life with tax evasion and all of the criming and scamming and fraud that Trump committed his whole damn life while he ripped people off, while he screwed people over. And they also wanted you to be outraged, as we all should be, about the January 6th insurrection fund. But it was about Trump, who made billions and billions of dollars, and I believe far more than has been reported thus far. What was it? $4 billion in the first year alone he made in all of his quid pro quo deals, using the White House as his personal piggy bank and screwing over the American people. I think the number is closer to $10 billion. But even if you accept $4 billion, that means the taxes on that would probably be $1 billion, $1.5 billion, $2.5 billion, maybe, depending on the way these deals were structured. He wanted to waive all of that, and of course waive all of the past tax liability. That's what this was always about. And now he's saying, I'm going to pull the nomination of Blanche temporarily and then hope that we have control over the Senate after the midterms, because it's so important to Donald Trump that he has this tax evasion immunity. What a crook, what a scoundrel.
Make sure y'all hit that like button as you come into the live stream. We want to bring more traffic as well as awareness to the live stream and the topic at hand. So if you don't mind, as you come in, please hit that like button. I promise you, we're going to bring that information.
What a criminal he is, in my opinion. We got other bad news this morning. U.S. GDP growth slowed to an annualized rate of just 1.5% in the second quarter, coming in well below expectations. Expectations were 2.1%. Remember when Trump and Lutnick and Hassett and Besant, it's going to rip. I expect 4% GDP, 5% year over year GDP. Right now, it is heading in the wrong direction. Very slow growth. Here's how they reported it on state regime media. Fox, let's play it.
In line with estimates. Let's get to GDP. This is the first look we're getting at second quarter GDP, Maria. The first read is 1.5%, 1.5%. The estimate was a gain of 2.1%. So we're coming in a little bit light on this first look at second quarter GDP.
And here's how they reported it on CNN. Let's play this clip.
In working through it, Matt, what does this new data tell you?
All my friends moved to the city, and maybe they're like me, trying to build something of their own.
Well, Kate, it tells us that the economy slowed down during the spring. U.S. GDP coming in at 1.5%. That was softer than expected, right? The forecast was for 2.1%, and this is a slowdown from the first quarter when growth was at 2.1%. So this is soft. It's not terrible, but it's certainly not blockbuster growth by any stretch.
With all of this chaos going around in the world caused by Donald Trump, with the pain, misery, and suffering of the American people caused by Donald Trump, with all of his fraud, his lies being exposed, with the never-ending war still never-ending, and seems that there's just going to be more and more escalation and all-out war and all-out hell. By the way, not to mention, you had Russia's ballistic missiles yesterday. I did a video on this earlier. The targets were Lviv in Poland, but apparently they hit Lviv in Ukraine, rather, but apparently they hit eastern Poland, even though the targets were western Ukraine. And there were some areas in eastern Poland, in Lublin, that were actually hit. And I wasn't sure when I was doing the video, but we have confirmation now, by the way, from Poland's prime minister, who's kind of downplaying it. It seems like a little bit the way we hear these Arab nations say, oh, the drones never struck. It was just the debris. That's what the prime minister of Poland's saying right now. It was just debris. It was, I don't know, because you're also saying the prime minister of Poland, these next 100 days will be the most critical days to determine who wins the war, Russia or Ukraine. And this is what the prime minister of Poland is saying. A lot depends on Donald Trump and Elon Musk to help Zelensky. I've been warning about this. I said, there are lots of people who are saying, oh, well, Donald Trump seems to be more supportive of Zelensky now. And he's saying, I said, no. Trump is a scammer. He'll lure you in. It's just another tactic. He's on the phone with Putin still. And Trump's probably just trying to get more information out of Zelensky right now about formations and what Zelensky's planning. So in my opinion, so he can tell Putin, let's not lose sight of what's really happening here, or to make these promises to Zelensky, make Zelensky more dependent on Trump, because Zelensky was becoming pretty independent of Trump. So Trump can pull him back into his orbit, feel that he's controlling Zelensky right now, and then promise things. Okay, I'll get you the interceptors. I'll give you the license. Zelensky then changes his strategy depending on Trump, and then Trump doesn't deliver. That's how Trump operates. I just want everybody to know that anyway. So with all of this going on in the world, with the world at in war right now with each other, what's MAGA doing? Again, this morning, still attacking Dr. Fauci.
Y'all see what MAGA doing, getting pissed on.
I mean, you've got MAGA Republican Senator Ron Johnson from Wisconsin saying, look, Dr. Fauci wasn't just wrong on COVID. He was wrong about AIDS. He tried to act like AIDS and HIV was a big thing. He fear-mongered AIDS and HIV. Here, play this clip.
The injection injuries, the economic...
Redding, you about dumb as an oyster, ain't you? You about dumb as a doorknob with blue paint on that motherfucker, ain't you? You stupid. The Ukraine war is Biden's war. Man, shut your dumb ass up.
Economic devastation, it never should have happened, but it all happened because of St. Fauci fear-mongering, scaremongering, just like he did with AIDS. If you remember that, AIDS, it could be
exactly.
Household transmission. No, that's not it. Yeah. But he did that same way because he wanted to get a vaccine. Again, he's a vaccinologist. He admitted in October 2019 in Milken Institute panel.
Fear-mongered AIDS. These people are the craziest people. What do you mean he fear-mongered? AIDS and HIV is a big deal. The COVID deaths were a big deal. You want to look at where more deaths took place and say, aha, maybe they were in red states and areas that voted Trump overwhelmingly. Like, do these people not care about dying? I mean, they just live, I guess they live in a death cult. I guess they don't. Then they bring on MAGA Republican Congress member John McGuire, and he's like, have you heard about the BLT sandwich, using the human fetus baby parts in vaccine sandwiches? Dude, what are you all talking about? The American people just want health care. We don't want to be in never-ending wars. People want to be able to be paid with dignity. They want a fair wage. They want to be able to afford their rent. What are you talking about, BLT fetus sandwiches? These people are freaking crazy. Here, play this clip.
It's crazy. I don't know if you heard about the BLT sandwich using human fetus baby parts.
Yep.
In the vaccine, when they could have used ivermectin, but maybe they're helping the big pharma get rich. If he were to be convicted of contempt, it'd be a $100,000 fine, up to a year in jail.
Y'all don't even own your own nuts.
But that's not enough. And Senator Scott said he's hiding behind a fake auto pen pardon. So I'm hoping that he gets accountability and justice.
Now, as I noted earlier, you had Saudi Arabia just launch multiple strikes on the Sana'a, the capital of Yemen. The Houthi leader, Abdul Malik al-Houthi, warned that there were indications this would take place. Watch what's going to happen. The Houthis surely will be attacking more refineries in Saudi Arabia and other infrastructure. Wait for that. I'm sure I'll be reporting on that this morning. Notable development as well. Qatar sent its first shipment of liquefied natural gas through the Strait of Hormuz in weeks, using Iran's designated shipping corridor. No longer the Oman route that the U.S. tried to open. Pakistan worked with Iran to broker this Qatari LNG tanker to pass. And again, this follows Iran striking LNG tankers of the United States in Egypt, which the U.S. and CENTCOM and corporate news here in the United States basically tried to cover up. And any of the tankers that were using that U.S. route by Oman were getting hit tanker after tanker by Iran. Strait of Hormuz is closed other than the Iranian route. And we see it right here with this Qatari ship working with Pakistan to get permission from the IRGC. Okay, CENTCOM, you claim you control the Strait of Hormuz. Then why did this Qatar, you're close with Qatar. Qatar gave Trump a jet. So if you control the Strait of Hormuz, why did Qatar need to reach out to Pakistan to broker its tanker to go through the...
Folks, we need 84. We need 284 subscribers to get monetized. Y'all help us out. If you like this type of live stream and you've been rocking with me for a minute and you have not hit that subscribe button, do yourself a favor, because we're going to bring it. We're going to bring the info. We're going to bring the laughs. We're going to bring the awareness to the topics at hand.
The Iranian IRGC backed route. If you control the Strait of Hormuz, CENTCOM, it's so ridiculous. So just some basic developments that have happened over the past 12 hours. The Jordanian army says Iran launched several missiles toward its territory. The Kuwaiti army said Iran launched a heavy attack on its territory and struck a building belonging to a Chinese company, but failed to admit other losses. Lots of red flags there. A Chinese company doesn't make sense. Iran is allied with China and Kuwait, just putting that information out. They've been lying about all of these drops, so I don't fully believe that it's a Chinese company. I believe they hit a building. The Qatari LNG ship passes, and IRGC announced successful strikes, for example, in the Muwafiq al-Salti air base. According to IRGC, the strike damaged and destroyed 6 F-35 fighter aircraft, it claimed. Also, the IRGC claims it hit the Al Salam Air Base in Kuwait, setting fire on 2 drone hangars and 1 fuel depot for military aircraft and helicopters. Iran also claims there were casualties of U.S. service members. We know that the United States covers all this stuff up, so I don't know if the IRGC is telling the truth there about the casualties. It does seem that they definitely hit these bases hard, but there's basically been a blackout where the U.S. refuses to acknowledge what's actually happening in the region. Final points I want to bring up as well before we go. We've been covering this World Cup debacle right now, where the Kushners and Trump want Gianni Infantino, and Gianni Infantino's leading this, to basically turn FIFA into a holdco that would sell off FIFA World Cup to private equity. They would sell a 20% stake in the World Cup to a Kushner-led company, to Josh Kushner, but this is all in the family, to a Kushner-led company. And UEFA, the European Football Federation, they came out, all 55 of the UEFA countries unanimously came out and supported a boycott of the World Cup if FIFA plans to sell the stakes. And you think about it, I mean, the UEFA, the European Federation, that's the most powerful part of FIFA. So when they all came together and they said, we're boycotting the World Cup, Donald Trump and Gianni Infantino and their greed and their disgusting behavior may have now just fully destroyed the World Cup. They took the World Cup and they said, hey, you know what? Seen people, brought people together. People were bringing joy. Let's destroy that, because that's what these Epstein class oligarchs do all of the time. I'll just note this also. There was a global health summit that just took place in Africa. So the State Department did a presentation at a global AIDS conference in Brazil. And they displayed a fully inaccurate map of Africa at this global health summit. A State Department presentation at a global AIDS conference in Brazil featured a map mislabeling every African nation, as officials blamed hasty edits and AI tools for the blunder. Like literally every country they put in the wrong place on the map right there. There you have it, everybody. We'll keep
K-Cell, what up? Welcome.
Tito and their greed and their disgusting behavior may have now just fully destroyed the World Cup. They took the World Cup and they said, hey, you know what? Seen people, brought people together. People were bringing joy. Let's destroy that, because that's what these Epstein class oligarchs do all of the time. I'll just note this also. There was a global health summit that just took place in Africa. So the State Department did a presentation at a global AIDS conference in Brazil. And they displayed a fully inaccurate map of Africa at this global health summit. A State Department presentation at a global AIDS conference in Brazil featured a map mislabeling every African nation, as officials blamed hasty edits and AI tools for the blunder. Like literally every country they put in the wrong place on the map right there. There you have it, everybody. We'll keep you posted each step of the way. Wanted to give you the full roundup of the morning. Okay? Hit subscribe. Oh, by the way, if you can, pre-order WTF America and put in the comments that you did the pre-order. The publisher tells us there's a good amount of momentum, but they really want these pre-orders before September so we can know where we do our book tour. So if you're planning on buying it, if you can get it now, it helps us coordinate how we're going to spend our time, where we're going to go to and all of that. So it helps a lot to do it now versus waiting until October. Thanks everybody for watching. We appreciate you. Hit subscribe.
Smash that like button. Y'all know what it is. Hit subscribe. We're going on our way to get monetized. We are about 200 and some odd, was 284 subscribers away. So smash that subscribe button.
Donald Trump was just hit with disastrous polling, and even some of his former most ardent supporters are demanding the 25th Amendment be invoked and that he be impeached. Donald Trump has lost the support among white, non-college educated voters.
Hold the fuck up. What did he just say?
Not only has he lost their support, he is significantly underwater. Lost the former most ardent supporters. Donald Trump was just hit with disastrous polling, and even some of his former most ardent supporters are demanding the 25th Amendment be invoked and that he be impeached. Donald Trump.
What? The 25th Amendment? What is that? And that he be revoked? User, go to PF, whatever the fuck your name is, dude. You need to pay attention. They're talking about amending. They're talking about impeaching your man with the 25th Amendment. They're talking about invoking the 25th Amendment on your guy, the guy who can't do no wrong. The guy who talks like this. They're about to fucking impeach his ass. Hold on. Let me listen to this again.
And even some of his former most ardent supporters are demanding.
Oh shit, Donald Trump's former most loyal supporters are demanding that he be impeached. I wonder who that could be.
The 25th Amendment be invoked and that he be impeached. Donald Trump has lost the support among white, non-college educated voters. Not only.
Holy shit. Donald Trump just lost the no teeth game. Holy shit. Donald Trump just lost majority support of the white, uneducated. MAGA, that's you, MAGA. Oh my God, why didn't y'all tell me? I'm sitting up here trying to tell y'all to leave Trump alone and y'all already left him alone? What the fuck is going on here?
Has he lost their support? He is significant.
Hold up. I gotta hear that shit again.
Polling, and even some of his former most ardent supporters are demanding the 25th Amendment be invoked and that he be impeached. Donald Trump has lost the support among white, non-college educated voters.
Hold on. Somebody said lies. So now y'all admitting y'all are white uneducated. Y'all see how that works?
Not only has he lost their support, he is significantly underwater with that demographic, net -8. Let me repeat that. Among.
Oh my God, amongst the white uneducated people who didn't go to college and got a couple teeth in their fucking mouth. Woohoo!
lost their support, he is significantly underwater with that demographic net -8. Let me repeat that. Among white non-college voters, Trump right now is underwater net -8. You take a look at this latest CNN SSRS poll, Donald Trump, the worst approval in modern presidential history, tied for his low approval mark right after the January 6th insurrection. 34% of Americans approve, 66% of Americans disapprove. When you look at the various issues in these crosstabs on immigration, Donald Trump net -22. Net -22 on immigration. The American people hate Donald Trump's Border Patrol and ICE Gestapo roaming streets, ripping families apart, throwing people in concentration camps. They did not go after the criminals. They went after hard-working people, and they threw them in concentration camps. They terrorized and tortured people, including citizens as well. On the economy, it gets way worse for Donald Trump. Net -40 on the Iran war, net -42, an all-time low for Donald Trump. On inflation, Trump net -50. Let me repeat that. Net -50. And on gas prices, which Donald Trump promised on day one he would bring to under $2 a gallon, net -58. Net
It's over. Hey, man, it's over. Y'all better pack him up. Pack his ass up. He's done. Ain't even no need to go to the polls.
58. And when you take a look, by the way, of that cohort group of white non-college voters, Donald Trump in 2018, +9. Donald Trump October 2020, +8. February 2025, +24. July 2026, net -8. That is a new low as well. You take a look also.
When CNN just said that Donald Trump still had 90% of his supporters were still there, y'all believed it. When CNN just made some lying-ass numbers up about Donald Trump, y'all said, CNN said, da-da-da-da-da-da. But now CNN saying his ass underwater, and y'all don't believe it. Kudos to you.
At the crosstabs, not only of white non-college, among male voters, among men in general. It's very discouraging as a man to see men supporting Donald Trump in the 2024 election. Donald Trump, net -26. And we already knew that, women don't support Donald Trump, but amongst men.
Yeah, y'all still coming with these corny ass jokes. Come with something funny, at least make us laugh. Y'all in our chat, taking up fucking data. Can y'all make us laugh? Can y'all at least tell us how fucking pissed off y'all are about this cornball? And stop trying to be all serious like we believe that you really believe that he gonna do something for your dumb ass?
Net -26 right now, whereas in 2018, he was +8. Even among Republican voters right now, he's only +54 among Republican voters. That means he's almost underwater at this point. He's losing significant amounts of.
Hold on. Y'all know what that sound is? Underwater.
Republican support. In addition, the Quinnipiac poll shows that Democrats hold an 18-point enthusiasm advantage heading into the midterms. That's unheard of. That's unheard of high. 57% for Democrats, 39% for Republicans. You take a look at this split ticket 2026 midterm election model. Not only do they have the Democrats crushing Republicans in the House of Representatives, notwithstanding all of Donald Trump's gerrymander schemes, but you take a look right here at the United States Senate right now. They project Democrats take control of the Senate right now if things continue.
Shut up. Yes, they did. When y'all hear shit on, I can't believe CNN said that about me. They said that about me. 95% of CNN. No, they must be not reporting fake news anymore. Shut the hell up.
You down this path, and you take a look even at state regime media, which calls itself Fox. They're
Racist America loves Trump.
polling right here. In Georgia, you have Democratic Senator Ossoff destroying Collins right now. In North Carolina, you've got the former Democratic Governor Cooper, who I've had on a lot on the Midas Touch Network, crushing the former RNC chair who's running against him, Whatley. In Ohio, Sherrod Brown, the former senator from Ohio, Democrat, crushing Husted, the MAGA Republican extremist right now. In Iowa, Josh Turek, love Josh Turek, surging ahead of Hinson, that MAGA Republican extremist. Now in Maine, Collins was slightly ahead of Graham Plattner before Plattner dropped out, but now people believe that Maine can be in that category for Democrats as well. And also, Texas will be close. And as I said, don't sleep on Idaho. Don't sleep on Idaho. The Democratic candidate dropped out, put support behind an independent candidate who's a former Democratic state representative right there. And that race can look awfully close. The MAGA Republican senator there currently chairs the Senate Foreign Relations Committee, and he's one of the main people who got us into this catastrophic and unlawful war with Netanyahu against Iran, which has crushed our economy and has led to the deaths of our service members. So utterly disgusting.
Y'all keep talking about Democrats don't know what a woman is. I tell you what, they know what a little boy is, and they know that it's not a woman. For some reason, Republicans keep getting caught messing with little boys. What the fuck is going on with y'all? So, no matter what y'all say, if y'all can't speak on why y'all men, why y'all white T men, sleeping with little ass boys, little white boys, I don't give a fuck about what you say. We got a bigger fish to fry in the shit y'all doing in y'all spare time. All you motherfuckers, it look like. I ain't gonna say all of y'all, but the majority.
Here's how they describe some of this new polling on CNN. And they said it's as bad as you get pretty much in this type of polling. Let's play it.
This new CNN poll has the president at just a 34% approval rating. For context, this is the same career low of his first term after the January 6th insurrection. So you know that's got to be pretty bad. The president hit a new low among Republicans, too, with only 19% of his own party now saying they're enthusiastic about the rest of his second term. That's down nearly 20 points from last spring. The sinking numbers tie back to a range of connected issues. A majority of...
Hey, listen, y'all. In the chat, man, you know that this picture right here represents some sort of truth with MAGA and Trump. Smash that like button, even if you're MAGA. MAGA, if you know Trump pisses on you and you still love him, hit that like button, buddy. Democrats, liberals, fucking independents, anybody in the goddamn chat, if you know that this picture right here represents the behavior of MAGA as well as Donald Trump, please smash that like button and subscribe to the channel. This is your place.
Americans are displeased with the president's focus on construction projects during his second term, as he announced today that renovations are going to begin on Virginia's Dulles Airport imminently. Also, more Americans now expect the Iran war to be headed towards a long-term conflict, as around 3/4 say the rise in gas prices, one extremely tangible impact of the war, has caused them some financial hardship personally. A similar number say the president has not gone far enough to reduce the price of everyday goods. That was a key campaign promise of his from 2024. And speaking of campaigns, all this comes as the November midterm elections are only 97 days away. The president so far has given his party very few domestic policy bright spots to run on. His approval ratings on election integrity and voting rights, on immigration, and on federal government management all sit slightly above his overall approval, although all of them still a ways from even 50% approval.
Then you had Alex Jones saying that Donald Trump needs to be impeached and removed, whether it's 25th Amendment or impeachment. Alex Jones, one of the former big Trump supporters, listen to what he just said. Play this clip.
The big issue is how to stop Trump. And we have to have Congress go for the war powers. They've 3 times tried to vote war powers. They're supposed to authorize a war. This is a war. They're getting the draft ready. If this isn't a war, nothing's a war. I mean, this is absolutely out of control. And so I'm calling for it right now. 25th Amendment, impeachment, whatever needs to happen to get this front and center, to get control of our country. It's impeachable alone that the president supported the NDAA.
Then you had on the right-wing podcast like Tucker Carlson. Here's what he had to say. Let's play it.
Okay. Like this straight arm move stuff, like, from what I understand, like nobody really controlled it before. But now Iran has discovered, like, holy shit, like the United States can't even shut us down. So now I'm sure there's going to be tax and escorts and everything until the end of time, because if we can't shut them down, nobody's going to shut them down. You know what I mean? And so, hello, new gas prices, like they're not fucking coming back.
We just turned Iran into a global power.
Yeah.
And it will remain a global power for the rest of our lives, at least.
Good job, admin.
Yeah, good job.
I even note the reporting on state regime media Fox on Fox Business talking about how consumers right now are just getting absolutely crushed by these Trump oligarchs. They're just crushing consumers. Here, let's play this clip.
Procter & Gamble, they're a consumer staple, the kings thereof. They're down 3.8%. What, people don't buy what they're selling?
Correct. So higher inflation is pulling back, means the lower income consumer is pulling back. Fabric and home, a 1% volume increase, but grooming, baby, family care, 1% volume drop. Healthcare, think Oral-B, Vicks, a 3% volume drop. They're trying to make it up with pricing, but this is a tricky pricing environment right now. So when volume drops, it tells you something more fundamental going on with the business.
So I talk about a boring stock. This thing's done nothing for at least 5+ years.
Yeah.
And consumer staples overall are kind of a tough space. We basically only own nicotine within consumer staples because there's actually growth there. But these guys, they're actually losing business to lower priced competition right now, which is strange. I mean, you think people still have to brush their teeth. They're going to buy, Procter & Gamble stuff, but they're actually finding cheaper alternatives.
Then you've got Trump's energy secretary, Chris Wright, complaining that people are blaming data centers for high electricity prices. And Chris Wright says, what are you talking about? It's Obama's fault. The data centers decrease your electricity prices. The data centers make everything good. What are you talking about? Here, play this clip.
Mr. Secretary, a lot of Americans are skeptical of data centers. They've heard a lot of...
Khalil, you already know, man. This shit is so true, though, ain't it?
Horror stories about various things. For the people who are watching right now who have concerns, what would you like to say to them?
Of course, there's a fear campaign going on right now. And why it's going on is the Democrats, since the election of President Obama, have spent 17 years pushing up electricity prices. Blue states have 50% higher electricity prices than red states. And now they figure they've got the perfect scapegoat. It wasn't our bad green policies. It was data centers that did it.
And one of the things that Americans are baffled by, although they shouldn't because Donald Trump is a real sicko, is that Donald Trump always talks about golden ballrooms and arcs and arches and painting the statues 24 karat gold and is turning it into like a bunker military company and all this stuff. Dude, shut up.
Make sure y'all smash that like button. Make sure you subscribe to the channel. We on a come up for 1,000 subscribers. We are at 716. Hold me down. Subscribe to the channel. This is what we do. Every day, all day, multiple times a day. Let's get it.
I did a deal. Americans are sick of this disgusting, vile creature. Here, this is what he says. My arc, dude, shut up. Play this clip.
Well, this is an important one. This is travel. So in terms of the importance, I think the Ark is going to be incredible. I think the protected ballroom and military center that we're building at the White House is going to be unbelievable. It's very important. But, this is, the airport. This is sort of the lifeblood of a city or a capital.
Now I want to bring in the Democratic candidate for governor of California, Javier Becerra. Mr. Becerra, it's great to see you. I want to chat California and Donald Trump's attack on the state already, attack on the elections here. You know, he's creating his cosplay fan fiction, which I think the more you'll see of him, you'll know he just like makes up these dark, twisted fantasies. And, you know, the one he talks about in California is that the reason that Hilton's actually in the race is because Donald Trump got involved, and Donald Trump was like, I've got his back, and he's figured out the solution, and he called up the federal prosecutors, and then if it wasn't for him, it would all have been stolen. And it's like, dude, just shut up. And I just think I want to get into his other efforts, you know, the MAGA Prop 39 and everything. But I just want to start here because, you know, we saw his attacks on California with the smelt fish and saying he turned on faucets and he saved the day with the wildfires while still not giving California what's needed in order to get through a natural disaster, but by making up these fake stories. But what's your reaction now that you're kind of seeing it? I know you knew it existed, but now that it's really kind of coming your way as the main Democratic nominee.
Ben, it's a lot of noise. That's one thing this president is good at, is creating a lot of noise. Unfortunately, the noise is oftentimes very dangerous, very harmful, but it's noise. And a state like California has the capacity to try to deal with this kind of noise. When I was Attorney General of California, when Trump was president the first time, we took on his noise. I had to sue the guy over 100 times to stop him from trying to destroy our values, our state, our resources.
Michael got a triple X a couple days ago for his birthday.
What are you doing with the old one?
Huh?
What are you doing with the old one?
The motorcycle, like the back, the black one. His dad rides it now. And he has all three now.
Sources, but you can do it. It just he just creates a lot of noise. And now with these elections coming up, it's clear he's focused his attention, his noise, on trying to disrupt our election, make it more difficult for folks to vote, intimidate those who are not as familiar with the voting process. Maybe they're new citizens and they're voting for the first time, or they're new voters because they just turned 18. It's one of those things where Trump, the MAGA forces, Republicans in California are trying to do everything they can to keep people from voting because they know if people vote, Republicans will lose.
I was driving up the coastline here in California over the weekend, traveling with my family. We did the typical travel through the
Obama's a criminal. You are so jealous of Obama. Hold on, let me put him up on the screen since you so fucking mad. Obama is y'all motherfucking kryptonite. That's what you want? You want some Obama in your life? Huh? I get Obama. There you go. Look at Trump hate. There you go. Yeah.
travel up the coast, and we were just reflecting as a family. You know, I had my mother-in-law, my wife's mom, and her sister.
I'm gonna tell you now. Your lady would have put it all on the line for Barack. I'm trying to tell you. You would have been mad as shit. You better not let your woman even listen to one Barack Obama speech.
In the car, we were just looking around, and we're like, this is so beautiful. And this is such an incredible, like, it's such an incredible state with such diversity. We stopped along the way at the different missions and saw people from just all different walks of life and people who look different. And everyone, I was just like, why? This is what they want to attack. It's this happiness and the attacks on our state, always here in California, coming from the kind of miserable Mar-a-Lago crowd. It just became obvious. Like they hate the happiness here, huh?
I don't know. It's sort of the Grinch.
You hate the happiness, don't you, dude? Hold on, let me show you the happiness. Yeah. People applauded this man. People loved this man. People would tell your ass quick. Respect. Everybody on their feet. Everybody on their motherfucking feet. Clap. Yeah, Obama in the house. Trump coming that bitch. Boo. Get him the fuck out of here. You fucking schmuck.
365. You just, California's going to be California. And that's the beauty about this state. And the fact that our people are so ingenious, so innovative that we're going to get past this stuff. Certainly our families are hurting when Donald Trump denies healthcare funding. A lot of families in California will get hurt. One of the things that I hope to do as governor is make sure that regardless of the man-made disasters coming from Washington, D.C., Californians can count on having access to the healthcare that they need.
Hey, Anthony, this that medicine for him right here, Anthony. California.
But it's kind of strange. It's almost a jealousy. They are envious, some people, of everything that our state offers, and it's just natural what our state can offer. Then when you add to that the human talent that makes us this economic dynamo, it's a double whammy against those who just don't want to see some places succeed. So we'll go forward, and we'll look for ways to partner with the federal government where we can, because they are our biggest partner. But at the same time, we'll stand up where we need to defend our people, our resources, our values.
One of the front lines of that fight is Trump's attack on voting. His view is if he can rig the election, if he can suppress people's vote, maybe he's got a better shot. I don't know. So you have these MAGA propositions like Prop 39 trying to just create these technical things to hope that if it's pushed through, people will forget to put certain numbers on the mail-ins and forget to do the verifications, and then their votes won't count. And then separately, you have Donald Trump pursuing an appeal all the way up to the Supreme Court to try to implement his executive order to get the post service, which he's politicized, not to deliver mail, not to deliver the ballots, and to basically shut down the idea of mail-in, which, by the way, he's a mail-in ballot, a voter, which is part of this whole, WTF thing. So talk to us, though, because it's, to me, dual prong. We're seeing it in California, but we're seeing it across the country. There are similar props in other states that MAGA is pushing. Talk to us, though, about the fight regarding Prop 39 and what's going on in the Supreme Court.
Yeah, Prop 39 is essentially Trump's reincarnation of his federal SAVE Act that he's trying to pass in Congress, which is nothing more than another effort to try to interfere in elections throughout the country in various states. It's the reincarnation of his.
Tell him again, Anthony. It's far too late for any changes to any elections. Y'all so dumb that y'all believe anything he tell y'all. What he does is he make y'all think he can do shit that he can't. Y'all so stupid, y'all believe it. I had the most numbers for my inauguration. We had the most highest attendance inauguration in the history of the United States ever. There were many, 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 many people. It was very, 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 very good. Very good. That bitch be lying. Trump has a bad case of ODS, Obama derangement syndrome. Big time.
Federal voter file that he wants to use to determine when a mail-in ballot can be submitted through the mail. If you're not on his list, then your ballot will not get mailed. It's not just ingenious; it's pretty nefarious. It's one of those things where you're going after people in ways that they just wouldn't expect. But what we see in California through Prop 39 is that this is their effort to try to intimidate voters, to present the obstacles that make it very difficult to vote, essentially trying to win elections without getting people to vote, because you scare people away, you make it difficult for folks. And unfortunately, he's got his disciple down here in California in Steve Hilton, the Republican nominee for governor, pushing for.
Shout out to USA 4547. I guess that's Trump. Obama was known as the deporter in chief. He deported many illegals. Now, my question is, what the hell is wrong with that? The other thing is, y'all voted for mass deportation, but Obama deported more illegals than Trump. Matter of fact, they're not even deporting nobody. They just holding motherfuckers in detention centers. That's not deporting. What y'all voted for, y'all not getting nowhere around the board. You got high gas prices. It's not mass deportation. It's mass incarceration. That's about it. Mass fucking sexual abuse. But other than that, they ain't doing nothing that y'all voted for. Nothing.
Prop 39. And so it's this constant 1-2 punch that Donald Trump employs of his doing his bad deeds at the federal level, then getting his acolytes, his puppets in states throughout the country to do his bidding down here. And so whether it's Steve Hilton, the Republican nominee for governor, or the congressional Republicans who are pushing Prop 39 on the ballot here in California, they're all trying to do Trump's bidding. And Trump's bidding in the end is to try to keep people from voting and voting him out of office and voting against the things that he keeps trying to do.
You know, with this crazy news cycle, the election where obviously you finished first, but the top two go on. You're going against a MAGA guy, Steve Hilton.
Somebody said Trump is killing Americans and maggot puppets cheer. You see? People not blind. I told y'all they was going. I told you.
I don't know. It feels it wasn't all that long ago, but it feels like it may as well have been, years ago in my, but I want people to remember this race is going on and you can't take anything for granted, and you're traveling the state and you're campaigning hard. And it's not that jungle primary anymore. It's a one-on-one race. So before we go, where can people learn more about the campaign?
This is the sad thing. He said name something that Obama did for black people. The thing about Obama is he did shit for everybody, you fucking twit. He did things for everybody. Goddamn well, if he'd have went there and did all this shit for black people, that motherfucker would have been fired the first week. Y'all couldn't even take the fact that he was president. What the fuck are you talking about? Excuse my French. But let's be real. Stop trying to act like when y'all bunch of racists, Democrat with 3 Ks, as if you're not the same shit. Funny to me. When you ask what Obama did for black people, when you didn't want Obama to be president to do anything for black people, don't worry about what the fuck he did for black people. You didn't want him to do shit because you didn't even want him to be president. So miss us with the bull crap, bruh. You ain't about to do no bait and switch over here asking me no stupid questions. Back to the program.
What do you want our viewers and listeners to take away from you right now, as we're less than 100 days out at this point?
Yes, KSL, Trump was correct about dealing with the uneducated. He was right about that one damn thing. He loves the uneducated, and smart people don't like him.
Well, I hope a lot of the viewers and listeners do what they did during the primary, and that is just engage social media. We just exploded on social media. It was so much fun to see so many things that came out. Songs were made about the race. Theo Javi, all these different ways that people spoke about my candidacy. It was just a fun thing to see. And I think that lightheartedness made it a lot easier to pull people out to vote. We had a pretty good voter turnout for a primary election in a non-presidential year. I hope that bodes well for November's election, because you want to see people vote, whether they vote for me or not. The more important thing is that they vote. And I have a lot of confidence that if we have good numbers of voters out there, I will win this race for governor. But no doubt, this is one of those races where it's kind of crazy, because people haven't really focused in some of these races, because Donald Trump sucks up all the oxygen all the time. But I hope they will pay attention, because whether it's this initiative on the ballot to try.
One thing y'all can call Obama is a PDF file. Another thing you can't call Obama, a fruitcake. I bet y'all can't say that.
To suppress the vote, whether it is his disciples like Steve Hilton, who are on the ballot, who would really turn California upside down. The last thing we need is to see a Western outpost, a Western White House planted in California because people don't come out.
Not through his deportation. Nobody died during his deportation. That's what we're talking about. Of course, he had a war.
Vote, and you elect a Republican to be the next governor, or more Republicans in
That he inherited from dumbass George Bush.
Congress. And so I think we're going to work really hard here in California, take nothing for granted, to make sure that not only do we have some great victories for our Democratic candidates, but that we put down these initiatives that would try to undermine the democracy that California has led throughout this country, in trying to ensure that all families have these opportunities to benefit from the wealth, the innovation that we create throughout the country, but certainly here in California. So we're going to work it hard. And Ben, anything you all can do to get out there and tell folks about the news here in California would be great.
Website, anything else where people can find out more information?
Javier Becerra 2026.com.
Javier Becerra, thanks for joining us.
Ben, thank you.
Everybody hit subscribe. Let's get to 7 million subscribers.
Hey, if you want the full story, how democracy got here and how we take it back, pre-order our new book, WTF America, today. Just scan the QR code or click the link in the description. Let's do this.
Have you seen those ads with blue guys go from left to right? And you get ×2 and -3, which actually looks...
We can confirm that Iran successfully targeted an F-35 fighter jet at the Muwafiq Salti Air Base in Jordan. This is the same air base where 3 service members were killed in the past week and a half. We have the satellite image right here showing that the F-35 was destroyed. We can see where it was before. We can see after the Iranian strikes. Now, the IRGC earlier claimed it struck an F-35, and CENTCOM has denied it and claimed it hasn't taken place, but we can literally see that the F-35s that were there, that at least one F-35 was destroyed, possibly more F-35s were destroyed. We'll get to that also in a moment. So while we were learning that, and while CENTCOM was covering that up, Donald Trump was holding a press conference at the White House. He was having a press conference about attacking immigrants as truck drivers, and it was saying that, well, veterans are better than immigrants. Why can't you have immigrants and veterans? Why do you have to make it a divisive thing? But in any event, in between Donald Trump getting distracted about the size of trucks near him, we learned this information. Then Donald Trump was asked,
"Hey, Robert, you're a doofus."
A very basic question. So what's going on with Iran, man? How long do you expect this to last? What is happening? And as soon as he was asked these questions, he ran away. Let me show you what happened. Let's play it.
Very much. Bye. Thank you.
Hey, listen, that's how jealous they was of a black man being president. You let this lump of fucking clay say any fucking thing and look a fucking mess as your president. But when you had a motherfucker who was representing for real, y'all some weirdos. But it's all good. We know it's you insecure based on what you are and who you are. That's the only thing that can make you jealous or envious of somebody else. That's a sad ass life. It ain't nothing or nobody out this bitch I'm envious of, based on what the fuck they doing or got or how they look or whatever the fucking case may be. You gotta be a weak ass person to sit around here worried about some shit like that. Do you love you to the fullest, unconditionally, no matter what? Other than that, you must hate yourself if you worried about some motherfucking body else. And clearly, y'all hate motherfuckers got a problem with the people you hate. And I love it for you. I love that shit for you. I swear I do. Cause that's on you. That's some shit you gotta do. That's your ego telling you all that inferior shit that you think.
Now, some of the footage that's coming in now as he was running away from that press conference. I'll get to more of that, though, in a moment. We now have received close-up footage of that drone attack at the Damietta port.
These dummies sitting around looking up some old-ass stats that don't make no difference now because your president is the president. So stop fucking worrying about Barack Obama. You damn dummies. Trump got a war against algae.
In Egypt, which Iran signaled was a further warning shot to the Trump regime that any more escalation by Donald Trump.
Somebody said Trump can't even win a war against algae. Trump can't even beat Iran. That's for sure. Y'all remember? Professor Xing told y'all that the United States and Donald Trump was going to lose this war. He told y'all, and I reported it to y'all. Y'all said, dude, what the fuck are you talking about? Dude, do you want us to lose on purpose? Man, I didn't say that. I'm telling you what these motherfucking war experts are saying is that we may not be able to win this war based on them being prepared and have been preparing for 40 years. To go for 20 years. We just wasn't prepared for that, and we all knew it. And now look, we all saw that we're not prepared for no shit like that. They trying to get the hell out of this war right now. He blamed the algae on Obama too. Hey, listen, my man from Midas Touch, before he even painted the pool, he said if you paint the pool blue, it's going to grow green algae based on photosynthesis. Fucking dummies. Excuse my language. YouTube, I'm sorry. But these people got to know.
Would be met by escalation from Iran, even beyond the Strait of Hormuz, the Bab el-Mandab Strait. They said, look, we'll do it in Egypt if you want us to. There's extensive damage, far more than was being reported.
Listen, y'all better listen to my man Infinite, because this dude, what the fuck he's talking about. A lot of shit that done came to pass, he said that shit months ago. It happened. So, word from Infinite. Iran is funneling U.S. forces into a kill box in Israel. Why do you think they took out the bases in Jordan? Smash that like button, double tap that screen, and shout out to you for the info, Infinite.
Reported at this Egypt port. Areas in the port were hit. 2 LNG, liquefied natural gas tankers, were hit, and the true extent is still being covered up, but massive damage being done there. Let me show you the close-up footage that we're now getting in. Let's play it.
Shaheed drone.
It very
Another one.
Oh, this level's going to be easy. I can definitely handle 5 guys at once. Pfft. Oh, there's more. Could have predicted.
Now, in addition to the Muwafiq Salty base in Jordan, in addition to the Ali al-Salam air base in Kuwait as well, which Iran struck, Iran's army says it struck the U.S. Sheikh Issa air base in Bahrain with attack drones targeting power generators, navigation systems, and support buildings. It claims the
You think the U.S. ain't never lose no war? The U.S. lost the fucking Vietnam War and the world wars they was in. The fuck are you talking about, you dumbass? See, you don't know. You just believe in what you heard and what you thought. If the Strait of Hormuz is still fucking closed and being patrolled by Iran, then how is the United States winning?
strikes caused significant damage. And again, the satellite imagery that we have seems to suggest that that is true. This is all being covered up from CENTCOM. Now, this also is taking place as Saudi Arabia just launched multiple strikes on Sana'a, the capital of Yemen. And the Houthis have said that they will now retaliate more. The Houthis previously struck 3 refineries in Saudi Arabia, and we expect them to very shortly be striking more refineries in Saudi Arabia. It is believed that Saudi Arabia may be planning a ground invasion of Western Yemen, which is controlled by the Houthis. It is also believed that Donald Trump may be following the advice of that horrible CENTCOM Admiral Brad Cooper, and doing a further massive escalation, although whenever Donald Trump says he's going to do that, Iran is able to deliver these
Kevin, what it do?
blows to the U.S. bases, and Trump backs out. Trump is the worst decision maker imaginable, so we'll see what he does. Show you the B-roll again. You can see the second impact confirmed in the Muwafiq Salty Air Base. Likely another fighter jet of the F-35 type, as claimed by the IRGC, was destroyed. We know there's F-35s there, and you can see the before and after footage. We believe, again, this is being covered up by the Trump regime. Yes, as this one open source intelligence account says, Iran's intelligence on the Jordan Muwafiq Salty Air Base has been scarily precise lately. July 2nd, new aircraft maintenance hangars built. July 9th, Iran destroys them. July 17th and 19th, Iran hits 2 aircraft hangars. July 30th, this morning, maintenance hangars freshly rebuilt, an aircraft heading in. Iran destroys it with pinpoint accuracy.
E. Scissorhands. You must be speaking about MAGA. I know you're not speaking about nobody outside of MAGA. With all these dumbass insults. Democrats and fucking demon rats and all this stupid ass shit. The administration of memes.
Are they getting this real-time satellite imagery from China, from Russia? But here's what CENTCOM published. Over the past few hours, Iranian state media have continued to report false claims by the IRGC, 3 in particular. First claim, the IRGC claims free open routes through the Strait of Hormuz are dangerous for commercial vessels. Fact. The immediate dangers posed to commercial vessels and their civilian crews are the IRGC's verbal threats and attempted attacks. So they're saying Strait of Hormuz, perfectly open, perfectly cool. Second claim, the IRGC claims 3 US F-35 stealth fighters and 3 other aircraft were destroyed. Fact, no US aircraft were destroyed or damaged in recent attempted Iranian attacks. All missiles and drones were intercepted or failed to reach targeted areas. I don't know what you're saying there. I mean, I read the words, but we can literally see on the satellite image that the area where the F-35s were destroyed. So if you're saying it wasn't an F-35 and it was another plane that looks like an F-35, okay. But when you say it hit the base, and it hit the base in Kuwait, it hit the base in Jordan. So you have this open source account saying, okay, who's running the CENTCOM account?
Pitbull, what it do?
Right now, it's Trump. You know, it's Trump and Admiral Cooper allowing Trump to do this. And as I said, we all understand that there's propaganda during war. I understand Iran's going to push their propaganda. The U.S. is going to push it. The U.S. propaganda is downright awful. The things we used to mock Saddam Hussein and Baghdad Bob. Yeah, we've become Baghdad Bob in the United States. It is incredibly embarrassing. With all of this taking place, Donald Trump held that press conference that he ran out of. Trump got distracted by a truck and he was like, whoa, you see that big sucker? Play this clip.
Rigs like that, you got to know something to drive. Wow, that sucker is a big one. That's big stuff. But they're
really deranged and psychotic human being. Then Donald Trump gets lost mid-sentence and forgets what he's saying about the truckers. Let's play it.
And for the veterans where no truck, where you have a situation where you have not truck drivers in the military, where you don't have truck drivers, they're going to be given a very quick pass. We're going to teach.
Then Donald Trump starts attacking immigrants and say, oh, they don't understand our language. They shouldn't be driving trucks. You know, the damage you're going to be causing the trucking industry. I mean, with that xenophobic and hateful rhetoric. I mean, you know, look, I encourage veterans to become truck drivers. And if there are immigrants who can be truck drivers, they've also shown that they're hardworking, not criminals. Let them work. Let them work. It is important to our industries here. But, you know, Donald Trump's the guy who goes, no immigrants as truck drivers, no windmill.
They on their way back in here right now.
No solar. Tariffs are the greatest. The guy is an idiot and he's wrong about everything. And he's psychotic. So get Donald Trump saying that. Then you have Duffy, Sean Duffy, Real World Road Rules Challenge, Sean Duffy. And he speaks and he's like, President Trump, you're a masterclass. Where's your boot, Trump? May I lick your boot, Trump? I'm a boot licker. I'm Sean Duffy from Real World Road Rules. This is so embarrassing. Here, play this clip.
Over the illegals who the last administration prioritized. It has been just an honor to work with you. And to me, he's a master class. To see how this president operates, to watch him and learn from him is amazing. So thank you. I appreciate it, Mr. President.
I'm lowering my ask to just $1 today. And here's why. This Senate race in Texas is likely going to be the most expensive and the most competitive.
With all of that taking place, you have Netanyahu, who was supposed to leave the United States. Just, I guess he's going to stay here forever and work on Hegseth and work on Rubio. We don't have to really work on them. I mean, they're Netanyahu bootlickers. And, you know, so, but he's hanging out in New York. Dude, go back to Israel. Why are you here? And here he is saying, we need more attacks on Iran. That is how we get peace. Here, play this clip.
Nobody believed that we would take on Iran, but we did. And there's still work to be done. But we joined together and, you know, you multiply your forces together. And I think that if we cut the Iran threat down to size, we're going to get a lot of peace treaties.
Meanwhile, the U.S. economy struggling, Second quarter GDP came in at 1.5% when the estimate was 2.1%. Let's play this clip.
In line with estimates. Let's get to GDP. This is the first look we're getting at second quarter GDP, Maria. The first read is 1.5%, 1.5%. The estimate was a gain of 2.1%. So we're coming in a little bit light on this first look at second quarter GDP.
You all remember what Howard Lutnick said? I just want to show you and remind you when Howard Lutnick went in on the All In podcast. We're gonna get 6%. 6% GDP. That's what I'm gonna go. I've never been to Epstein Island. And we're gonna have 6% GDP. Let's play it.
Fives. You're gonna see fives in the greatest economy in the world. You're going to see fives. And people think, you can't.
I mean,
like
5% GDP on a base this big is just, it's enormous.
Right. We have a $30 trillion, so 5% is 1.5 trillion in growth. And if we cut rates, you'll see sixes. And people would never, before Donald Trump walked into that office, don't think that's possible. And what's six mean?
Let's just put six in context. Six was China at its peak under central planning with a tight control on every aspect of its economy. That was what the world knew as what six looked like in the modern era. And now the alternative version of six will be the president, you, the team, in a much more open way. I'll be shocked.
You would have said it could never happen.
I would be shocked. I mean, that's an incredible...
Okay. You're going to put it this way. You know, it wouldn't even be fun for you when we see the fives.
Yeah.
Because they'll be so soon. They could be this quarter, as in the first quarter. So then I'd say, well, you have to come back and see me when it's 2.5. But then you'll come back in a couple of months, and then you'd say, Howard, I just spoke to you for an hour. I don't need to speak to you again. But you're going to see fives, like as in early in 26.
That's incredible.
And then if they cut rates, and that's the thing, I need a new Fed chair who cuts rates. And if they cut rates,
sixes,
you'll see sixes. And what you're going to see, what that means is jobs are abundant.
Yeah.
Good jobs are abundant. High paying jobs are abundant.
Right.
Construction jobs, you just get paid more money to be who you are. You make more money. And that is not inflation. That is called 6% GDP growth.
These guys are the biggest Bernie Madoff con artists ever, I swear to you. Donald Trump's latest approval, record lows. Take a look right here. CNN, 34%. AP Nork, 33%. Quinnipiac, 32%. That's the update. Thanks, everybody, for watching. Appreciate you. Hit subscribe. Let's get to 7 million subscribers.
Hey, if you want the full story, how democracy got here and how we take it back, pre-order our new book, WTF America, today. Just scan the QR code or click the link in the description. Let's do this.
Whiteout Survival. Download for free.
If anyone in this room found out what I was, I wouldn't make it out alive. Quintal.
69% of Americans disapprove of the handling of this conflict. The clock is ticking for President Trump to get out of this war before voters head to the polls. It's making a lot of Republicans nervous. It's already, as we know, unpopular.
The truth is there's not much good news for Republicans. Underwater on the economy, as you showed, underwater on affordability. Those two issues are front and center for sure. Everywhere you look, Republicans are down. He promised to keep us out of endless wars or unsatisfactory wars. And now he's in one, and it's not at all clear how it's going to end. So he's vulnerable on this point. And I was in political terms, he does need to get this over with. But what he may need is time, and he doesn't have a lot of time.
It appears Fox is parting ways with the president over his failing war in Iran. And this is bound to go over well, especially considering new reports that the president's already throwing tantrum upon tantrum in the Oval Office over said failure. It's been a tough week for the president. First, NBC reported that he's basically become increasingly exasperated with his senior advisors as the conflict approaches its 6th month without a clear victory, or even a durable ceasefire, or even a unified definition of what the United States is actually attempting to accomplish over there.
NBC News reports Trump has become increasingly exasperated by the length of the conflict and Iran's refusal to reach a deal. According to the report, Trump recently erupted at top national security officials over his frustrations, with one official saying there is no unity within the Trump administration on Iran. The White House denies the president lost his temper, but says he remains committed to punishing Iran until its attacks stop.
And know this.
And they've continued to violate a tentative ceasefire agreement as well, and we've been retaliating. And each time they do it, we strike back a little harder on that. The second thing we really want to achieve through this diplomatic phase is certainly some kind of agreement over their nuclear enterprise. And when you look back on it, do you think we're close to getting a deal on the Straits of Hormuz? Number one. Are we getting close to a deal on a nuclear enterprise? I don't think so. I think the evidence is pretty clear.
Oh, that's gonna hurt! According to NBC, Trump officials are reportedly arguing within themselves over whether the priority should be destroying Iran's nuclear capabilities, degrading its missile forces, reopening and securing the Strait of Hormuz, protecting American bases, or punishing Iran for attacks on US troops. That's not exactly one cohesive strategy, right? Have other military leaders who are also warning about depleted air defense munitions, competing global demands, and the danger that another escalation will simply provoke more Iranian attacks without producing a political settlement. Despite Donald Trump repeatedly claiming that the conflict is nearing its conclusion, and we're almost, 6 months later, US forces are still launching heavy strikes, Iran are still firing missiles back at American positions, and the conflict is spreading through additional countries and maritime routes.
As diplomatic efforts appear to ramp up between the US and Iran, Tehran is now embroiled in another conflict. In a stunning development, Iran claims Ukraine attacked one of its vessels in the Caspian Sea over the weekend. Now, Ukraine's president says drones targeted several ships which were transporting military cargo from Iran to Russia. That's the story out of Ukraine. Iran says at least one person was killed and 3 injured and is now threatening Ukraine. This all comes as US military operations against Iran do appear to be on hold. But despite the US signaling new diplomatic efforts, Tehran insists Washington will not determine the timing of this war.
Well, new reports yesterday suggest that Iran is reportedly building parts of its air defense with Chinese equipment. Ukraine has also alleged that Russia is assisting Tehran with surveillance of American bases. This despite the fact that Trump claimed Russia and China would not intervene and remain outside the war. But instead, the battlefield appears to be internationalizing around him and making him look foolish, or even more foolish.
President Xi told you that China would not give or sell Iran any weapons. And there's a new report that Iran's about to get 400 rocket launchers from China going through Pakistan to Iran.
Well, that'll be surprising. I mean, things like that happen, but that would be surprising. He told me very strongly he wouldn't partake. And he knows I'd be quite disappointed.
All my friends moved to the city, and maybe they're like me, trying to build something of their own.
President Zelensky says that Russia is giving Iran satellite imagery of U.S. bases in the Gulf to help them target. What can you do about that?
Well, we'll find out if that's true. I'll ask Putin about it. We'll find out. It hasn't had much impact because we'd knock the hell out of it, what do you think? If that's the case, look, they gave Venezuela a lot of equipment. Venezuela had all Russian equipment. How did that work out? Not too good. So they may be giving, but if they are, it hasn't worked out because they have no army, they have no air force, they have no navy, they have no nothing. So it hasn't worked out well. I don't think they've been doing it. Certainly not at a high level. And if they have, it has been very unimpactful.
And it doesn't help that the American public are increasingly recognizing that this whole thing has been a failure. A new AP poll found that approximately 2/3 of Americans believe the war has not been worth fighting. Only 28% approve of Trump's handling of Iran, down from 34% the previous month. Even Republican approval has fallen, particularly outside the most committed MAGA faction.
A new poll out this morning shows about 2/3 of the American people say the war has not been worthwhile, and that includes nearly 4 in 10 Republicans.
Poll approval rating now stands at just 34%, and that matches his career low following the January 6th insurrection.
People are telling me, why don't we give peace one more chance? So I guess they're back to talks. And now here's what the talks are about. A toll is not a toll. A toll can be a service fee, like the Strait of Malacca. They want to make that the Strait of Hormuz. So Indonesia, Malaysia, Singapore, they do like an environmental service fee for a few boats. It's not like a blanket toll, but at least it would make the Iranians save face. Now, while we talk, we're still bringing back a lot of firepower, and some special operators are now in theater, so that'll be interesting. We had Kellogg on the other day, and he said, you know what happens, Jesse, when you play sports? You let a team hang around a little too long, and then something happens. Ball bounces differently. Maybe someone gets hurt. The next thing you know, you're like, whoa. That's why he thinks you got to finish people off, and you got to finish them off quickly. Luckily, we got polling that says Republicans are trusted more on Iran than Democrats. And oil's now come from $100 to $87 a barrel, which is great. But there's still a lot of work to do.
You're going to buy the dip with the oil, Jess?
I don't know. I'm sure Trump will post in a few minutes what we're supposed to do to get that market manipulation all geared up for another day. So I guess I'll follow whatever he and his kids and Jared Kushner are investing in. That fancy footwork that Jesse just did about an environmental toll being okay because it lets the Iranians save face is insane. That's basically just saying Iran will continue to control the Strait of Hormuz in perpetuity. And maybe we should have thought about that before we started this thing. If it was part of the wargaming, which everyone from the defense secretary to General Kane has said that it was, how did you not expect this to happen? It's like you gave them the best toy ever and you think they're just going to give it back to you. That is not how toddlers behave. And Jesse should know that.
Public's priorities are increasingly at odds with what Trump views as a priority. Roughly 7 in 10 Americans say that negotiating a ceasefire is important, while about 72% say keeping gasoline prices low is highly important.
This war has been it's been taxing on everyone, and I'm on a fixed income, and so it's other ones that are on fixed income I'm really feeling it.
You could talk directly to the president. We know he likes to watch TV. What would you tell him about this war?
President Trump, you shouldn't have got us in this war and was going to end it fast, soon, and now you're starting all over again.
Has the war helped your life at all?
No. For one thing, it causes me angst. Makes me angry. And as I said, I'm very disillusioned. My entire family is disillusioned. And we are and were Trump supporters, but this is, to me, he's drawn a line in the sand. And that's how I feel. That's how we all feel.
But the president obviously doesn't seem to think so. And inevitably, he will argue that any opponents of his war just want Iran to acquire nuclear weapons. But when Fox News talking heads are the ones saying, what has this president shown the American people to have them believe that we're any closer to an agreement than when Donald Trump tore up Obama's agreement? You know he's losing the room.
Want to stay plugged in? Become a subscriber to our Substack at MidasPlus.com. You'll get daily recaps from Ron Filipkowski, ad-free episodes of our podcast, and more exclusive content only available at MidasPlus.com.
The Wall Street Journal News. Install and go.
69% of Americans disapprove of the handling of this conflict. The clock is ticking for President Trump to get out of this war before voters head to the polls. It's making a lot of Republicans nervous. It's already, as we know, unpopular.
The truth is there's not much good.
Donald Trump is having a disastrous Wednesday. The war is getting worse for him in the United States. The markets are crashing. He's destroyed the economy. So he calls up state regime media, which calls itself Fox, and he starts saying, I'm going to blow the effing shit out of Iran, except he curses, I'm going to blow the effing shit out of them. And then the host from Fox conveys that live on TV. I just got off the phone with the president of the United States who said, we're going to blow the effing shit out of them. We're going to beat them the F up. Here, let's play this clip.
In Jordan, President Trump tells Fox News about Iran, we are going to beat the effing S out of them. He went on to say, we'll be hitting them.
Barron Trump is knee deep in Andrew Tate. And I'm going to prove it. 7 months ago, they were already writing an article about Andrew Tate getting out of jail, possibly because of the Trump interference in Romania. I absolutely believe that the reporters working on this story are how we got to where we are with the current extradition. That in order to take the heat off of their own cover-up and the intervention in Romania, that the Trump admin is going to let Tate get extradited to the UK and sort of offer him up as a sacrificial lamb to turn away from this accusation. So they have some plausible deniability. Like, well, we're bringing Tate to justice is what we're doing. And underneath that is something about Barron Trump. Look at him, though, dude. This guy. I know that there is some shit in this guy. It's going to come out, too. Barron Tate seems to be a man of few words. The president's youngest son has been busy flogging energy drinks and making millions from crypto schemes, but he's not big on public speaking. Indeed, the best known clip of him talking is probably when he was 4 years old and said, I like my suitcase. And that's true, guys. Oh my God, dude. This shit is like the only fucking thing.
Larry, I like my suitcase. I have to go to school now.
Yeah, you will have lunch and then you go to school.
Now I'm gonna go.
Yeah, first you will have lunch and then you go to school. Hi, Larry.
Hi, Larry. I like my suitcase.
I remember I got the vibe that this is a real person that I want to connect with, and I was just hoping I'd get to meet you.
Dude, future Andrew Tate acolyte. Dude, he can both grab his suitcase. I mean, you know, just so you know, Barron, that's a briefcase there, little man. I know your mom probably still has you on the tit, right? Even though you're like 10, dude. She's like, come here, Barron. Come here. Just put your put your mouth on mommy just for an hour or two. Dude, that's a briefcase. You fucking dude, I know this poor kid surrounded by Epstein acolytes. I mean, dude, he's like pulling up his pants, dude. I like my suitcase. I like my crypto scams. He's definitely Epstein's kid, bro. Dude, Andrew also nurtured relationships with Donald Trump Jr. and his younger brother, Barron, who recognized the role that young male voters could play in their father's return to power. Barron, now 19, admired Andrew and spoke with him over Zoom last year, according to Justin Waller. That's our little jewelry collecting guy. During the call, they discussed their shared beliefs that the Romanian criminal case was an effort to silence the Tates, he said. After Mr. Trump's reelection, some of the Tate supporters ascended into the new administration. Tristan was arrested in 2014 for assaulting a woman. Then in 2015, Andrew was arrested 3 times in Britain. One woman he strangled during sex. That was one of the cam workers. Another said he had raped, beaten, and pulled a gun on her. And a third woman said he had raped her and strangled her while they were dating. Now, this is 2015, guys, and they did not charge the brothers, but they were investigating them fully, started investigating his camming business, and that's when they left and fled to Romania. Dude, yeah, no, Barron is absolutely in the network. Then he started podcasting, and this was before he became famous. Okay, they moved to Romania, right? Then he was cast. I don't know if you guys know about this, but he was cast on a British reality show in 2016 called Big Brother. But then they found videos of him beating a woman. He was fired right away. And, 2016 was the last time he was back in the UK, guys. Okay? And then by 2022, though, he had gotten huge. This is interesting, though. You ready? Because look at this. Look at this, guys. Look at this timeline. The scandal about Big Brother boosted his fame, especially on social media, where he became a fierce supporter of Mr. Trump. Donald Trump Jr. liked one of his supportive Twitter posts, and they soon agreed to meet. Tate went to Trump Tower to meet Don Jr. in 2017, guys. That's crazy. That is insane that I did not realize he was already hanging out with Don Jr. back in 2017, because you know what it makes me wonder? It makes me wonder if the Tate, Bannon, Epstein network, remember the Gamergate guys? And right, you have Epstein, you have Bannon, you have these guys that were involved with Gamergate, and they were trying to sort of build the incel sort of ethos all through this time from like 2014 on. You got to wonder if Tate got famous, if he was boosted by the Trumps and Epstein and Steve Bannon. I'm serious. I did not realize this, Epstein didn't get arrested until 2019, guys. So it is very possible that Bannon's, flood the zone ethos and those guys trying to build this sort of toxic masculinity Trumpism, if they were part of, helping AstroTurf Tate. That's why he feels they're coming to save him. It must be. They were willing to get him out of house arrest in Romania. So there's something big in there. Okay, there's something big in there. And look at what he said. He said that he and Don Jr. still inbox each other every couple days. In other interviews, Tate drew parallels he saw between himself and Trump. In September 2023, Trump shared on True Social a video of Tristan defending him. And Trump said, "Thank you." McBride, the brothers' lawyer, pressed their case in meetings with members of Congress. Don Jr. showed support too. You got people attacking you as far as I'm concerned. They just want to silence you. And then here comes good old Barron Tate.
Not sure if you guys have been following this news, but Florida Surgeon General just pushed to end the vaccine mandate.
Dude. So his younger brother Barron was also a fan. That spring, As his father was going after young male voters on the campaign trail, the teenager hosted a dinner at Mar-a-Lago for influencers. Holy shit, dude. I didn't know this. I did not know this, guys. This is crazy. So Tate's buddy, Justin Waller, that was running the Tate courses, they were having an influencer meeting at Mar-a-Lago. These guys are like inside the Trump political war machine. The conversation that night meandered, Mr. Waller said, from calling each other degenerate names to discussing potential running mates for Trump, who also made an appearance and agreed to go on the podcast of Patrick Bet David. Dude, they were talking about running mates. Bro, no wonder we're so fucked up. Mr. Waller's tried to play big brother role for Barron, he said, visiting Mar-a-Lago, talking to him about dating. The president's youngest son is not a bad ally to have, let's be frank, he said. He and Barron spoke to Andrew over Zoom last year while the teenager was having a suit fitted by Waller's tailor. Although they discussed the Romanian case, Barron did not say anything about helping the Tates, Mr. Waller said. They also talked about supporting Trump's presidential campaign on their online platforms. That summer, when a young man tried to shoot Trump, Tate told reporters he had talked to Barron after the shooting. I'm very close to the Trumps, yada, yada, yada. When Andrew texted in January, the Trump administration was on top of things. He didn't name names, but several of his supporters had found roles in the incoming government. One of his attorneys, Paul Ingrassia, was the White House liaison to the Justice Department. Of course, Alina Habba was his big fan. Oh, I'm such a fan. Hi there. Oh my God, dude. And then Richard Grenell, who of course is a huge fan, right? This guy's a big Tate guy. In Romania, they have evidence that since 2014, they coerced more than 30 women, including a 17-year-old, into their cam business. And then Tate had sex with and was bribing a 15-year-old to stay quiet. And he had beaten her with a belt and...
Yeah, these niggas is whack. Who the fuck? You know what I'm saying? Like, you out of line.
Choked her until she passed out. Dude, these guys are so dirty, bro. In mid-March, the brothers flew back to Romania for a court appearance, and this is when Brianna Stern was assaulted in Beverly Hills. On social media, she shared his text messages. He said, I really love hitting you. It's very good for me and you. It's relaxing, don't you think? And like, dude, what the bro? Pookie, no, I cry. Dude, who are these people? What are we doing? Like, how are these people allowed to have millions of dollars, guys? I protest capitalism. I'm serious. The fact that these assholes get to have millions of dollars and live these cushy lives like we are living in a bullshit existence. All right? A just world, a world where there's any type of like fairness, these guys would be licking toilet seats. Look at him, guys. Look at what he was posting the other day. He said, this is all caps. There are far fewer correctional officers on my wing than when I first arrived in the SHU. It feels eerily quiet up here. I would never kill myself. Dude, he's doing the like, I might get Epsteined. They removed all the correctional officers, guys. They're gonna Epstein me. They're gonna Epstein me. Isn't that funny? Like, isn't that wild that this is what he's doing? He's like, oh my God, they're gonna try to kill me. And now all of his little joy boys, right? All of his little joy boys are running around posting this shit all day long. You'll see this with his people saying, oh, the Tates are in trouble. Oh my God, the Tates are like, they're in danger. We have to help them. They're going to get attacked. They're out to get them. I mean, this is like crazy shit. And he really is a wuss.
A full cart that's lighter on your wallet. That's a breath of fresh air. Download the Upside app and get a $10 bonus on your first purchase.
Join the world's #1 RPG game. Download
You
now.
gotta face it, you just gotta face that shit.
Dude.
You know what I'm saying? If you gotta face it, you just gotta face it. There ain't no way around it. You gotta go through it. Obviously, Andrew Tate ain't never been through nothing in his life because he sounds like a scared little girl.
Still, though, 20-year-old Barron Trump might find himself hauled in front of Congress because Yasmin Ansari, she has now written this letter, and she has indicated that they want Barron to testify about his alleged connections to toxic influencers Andrew and Tristan Tate. Now, let me just tell you guys, when we win the House in November, Barron is going to get, he is going to get subpoenaed. He will definitely get subpoenaed. 100%. Okay? 100%. He will get the Hunter Biden treatment over these influencers. He will get subpoenaed. Don Jr. will get subpoenaed. And I mean, there's going to be subpoenas about Epstein. We're going to control the investigative arm when we take the House, guys. This is going to get, it's going to get rich. Let me just tell you. And Trump knows it. They are panicking. Okay? They are panicking. They are going to pull out all the cheating stops. They are. They are going to try everything in the book because this is literally, if they lose the House right here, it is going to detonate so much stuff. Yo, political punk here. I know, it's killing me. Seriously, guys, if you like what we do around here, go ahead and hit that subscribe button, drop a like, and turn those noties on. And I wouldn't be anywhere without the members. So if you want to hit the join button, we really appreciate that too. Thank you so much, guys. It's getting crazy out there, and I'm just really glad to not be going through this alone.
There's a lot of times it's easy. It's easier to bow out. It's easier just to go a different way, the path of least resistance.
Look at him.
But he stayed the course.
He's holding his breath.
There's a lot of times it's easy. It's easier to bow out. It's easier just to go a different way, the path of least resistance.
So Lindsey Graham's funeral. Oh my God. Dude, what are we doing, bro? Trump is literally f***ing asleep, which I guess surprises no one. I mean, is anyone surprised? This guy falls asleep at every cabinet meeting. This guy is, you know, just toxically unhealthy. Okay, look at him. Look at him. He is so gross, dude. He is so gnarly looking.
Break. He jumped into action and immediately got the nurse, no doubt preventing a catastrophe and likely saving my life. However, as much as he did to save my life that day, he also put it in danger many a times with his driving.
Dude, he, like, look at him. He's literally just fucking sitting there, dude. Fucking pathetic. All right, let's see. Here we go. Dude. Dude, such a loser.
Pressed on. There's a lot of times it's easy. It's easier to bow out. It's easier.
Look at how
to go
sweaty
a different way,
he
the
is.
path of least resistance. But he stayed the course. He stayed the course even when it wasn't going to make him popular.
Dude.
He knew, as we've heard today, right from press.
All my friends moved to the city, and maybe they're like me, trying to build something of their own. I just...
Dude, what a fucking weirdo, bro. All right.
Don Snorleon.
And then here's his remarks, some of his remarks.
Our nation needs Don Snorleon.
more men and women like that great person sitting, laying wherever he may be. I think I know where he is, and I think he's up there. I think he's watching us. I'm pretty sure of it.
That man fall asleep doing it.
Dude, sitting, laying, rotting.
I think he's watching us.
All right. And then here's his remarks, some of his remarks.
Our nation needs more men and women like that great person sitting, laying, wherever he may be. I think I know where he is, and I think he's up there. I think he's watching us. I'm pretty sure of it.
Dude, sitting, laying, rotting. Dude, sitting. Yo, Trumpy, what's up? Yeah, political punk here. So I got a question for you. I'm looking at you as an orator here, you know, talking about Lindsey Graham, and like, did you see him sitting? I mean, what the fuck is going on with you, boss? You're popping shit pills. Your Secret Service guys look like they're drowning in stink. Now you're talking about sitting, Lindsey. Oh, I think he's up there. Where? Up in the archways? Is he up in the chapel? Is he floating around in the air like the fucking cloud of stink over you, like Pigpen? Jesus, dude, you are so gross. Now, I do have a question. How'd you get so sweaty? What were you doing? Were you like jerking it? Were you jerking it in the bathroom? Was Kai Trump there? Did you see her and you had to run to the bathroom? Is that why you're so sweaty? Oh, you're so gross. Dude, what a fucking Epstein class motherfucker. Fuck you. Bye-bye. Jesus, that, like, too much knowledge. I wish I didn't know that. He saw Kai Trump and he had to run to the bathroom and he had to be grody because that's what Trump does. Trump is grody. That's how Trump operates, dude. Trump is grody. Dude, so bad. Oh no. Let's see the fucking thing. What do we got here, dude? Dude, such a heartfelt tap on the fucking... What a heartfelt tap, bro. Dude, you know what he
We have got a brand new temper tantrum in the aftermath of Todd Blanche's Attorney General confirmation vote being postponed. Trump just took to Truth Social writing, Todd Blanche is a star and everyone knows it. He has the potential to go down as one of the greatest attorney generals of all time. However, John Cornyn of Texas and Tom Tillis of North Carolina, both of whom I refuse to endorse and whose political careers have been ended by my action, are refusing to vote for this great nominee who will remain in any event as acting. Remember, both Cornyn and Tillis voted for Merrick Garland and others too numerous to mention. I have no objection to temporarily withdrawing Todd's name if they do not do the right thing and putting him back after Cornyn and Tillis are out of office. Now, two major points here. First off, remember what this is all about. Cornyn and Tillis are objecting to Todd Blanche because they want, in writing, confirmation that Trump's $1.8 billion slush fund won't move forward, as well as immunity for Trump and his family from IRS audits. Now, as for the slush fund, that shouldn't be a heavy lift, considering Todd Blanche literally said that it wasn't moving forward while talking to John Cornyn, ironically enough, during his confirmation hearing.
But let's talk a little bit about the settlement agreement and the release. First of all, I believe you have said that the weaponization fund is a moot issue. Is that your position?
Yes, it is a moot issue, meaning there is no weaponization fund. The weaponization fund is dead. It's not moving forward.
Well, I would refer you to the settlement agreement. Do you happen to have a copy of that in front of you?
I do not.
Okay,
Senator.
well, you probably know what's in it.
I'm familiar with it, yes.
I'm sure you are. On page 4, this settlement agreement may be modified only upon the written agreement of the parties. Has there been a written agreement of the parties to modify the settlement fund?
No, the settlement fund's just not moving forward. There's no modification. It's just, it never started. No money went from the Treasury to any other account. There's no commissioners. It's not moving forward.
Well, so the settlement agreement remains as it was originally, but I hear what you're saying. Is the settlement agreement enforceable as a contract by the parties?
Well, yes, it's an enforceable document. So I suppose if President Trump's counsel sought to enforce it, they potentially could.
Including the weaponization fund.
Well, they could try to enforce the contract. They can't force the Department of Justice to move forward with the weaponization fund. They could potentially say that, I suppose, that we breached by not moving forward. They haven't done that, and I'm not aware that they're planning on doing that.
So if Todd Blanche was being honest that the slush fund was truly dead, then why not offer that in writing? And the answer is obvious. He never intended to actually kill it. That was just a thing that Todd Blanche would tell the suckers who believed him during his confirmation hearing, and the second he gets confirmed, he would turn around and resurrect it, the very fund that he swore was dead. And we all know it. Hell, even John Cornyn knows it. Trump and all of the people around him have zero credibility. They lie as easily as they breathe. So the written confirmation is a bare minimum. And the fact that Todd Blanche wouldn't give that is all the proof you need as to what their ultimate plan actually is. All of which is a point that I made on CNN.
Why not just put this anti-weaponization fund thing in writing?
Because they have no intention of not doing it. I mean, if Todd Blanche and Donald Trump are willing to put his very confirmation at risk for this whole fund, it goes to show that, when they say, oh, we're, take our word for it, we definitely totally don't have any intention of pursuing this further, but they're not willing to put it in writing. And even if that means sinking Todd Blanche's nomination for the time being, if that's a risk they're willing to take, it goes to show that they obviously have every intention of the world of making sure that he can dole out as much money as he wants to all of these people who engaged in the insurrection. I mean, think about what's actually happening here. Trump is so hell-bent on being able to pay out his political allies with our taxpayer dollars and to protect himself and his family from IRS audits that he is willing to withdraw Todd Blanche's nomination for the time being rather than give an inch on those personal benefits to him. Like, look at the fucking lengths that this guy is willing to go to make sure that he personally is protected. This is all about him. This isn't about millions of Americans or thousands of Americans or hundreds of Americans. It is about Donald Trump wanting to make sure that Donald Trump derives a personal financial benefit here. This presidency is truly intended to help one person. But there's another point that I think is important not to gloss over. Trump says, quote, I have no objection to temporarily withdrawing Todd's name if they do not do the right thing and putting him back after Cornyn and Tillis are out of office. And that might work, unless Democrats control the Senate after midterms, at which point Blanche won't have the votes regardless. So, as if Trump raising prices wasn't bad enough, surging inflation wasn't bad enough, higher gas costs weren't bad enough, starting a new Middle Eastern war wasn't bad enough, suppressing the Epstein files wasn't bad enough. Now voters can also go to the polls in November with full knowledge that they are voting on whether to allow Trump to protect himself from IRS audits and to dole out millions of dollars to January 6th insurrectionists. If that's what he thinks this upcoming election should be a referendum on, I don't think you'll find a single Democrat objecting to that. You're watching the No Lie podcast. Next up are my interviews with Governor Andy Beshear, Governor Josh Shapiro, and Congressman Jamie Raskin. No Lie is brought to you by ZocDoc. Speaking from experience, I have a bad habit of putting off making doctor's appointments because I just know that it's going to be endless phone tag only to finally call and find out that the next opening is months away. It is a sad fact of life that certain doctors are not available for a really long time, which isn't great because generally when you're looking for a doctor, you're looking for one right away. That's where ZocDoc comes in. Nobody wants to deal with any of what I just explained. And frankly, you shouldn't have to. ZocDoc lets you search and compare local in-network doctors. They have more than 150,000 providers within more than 200 specialties across all 50 states. ZocDoc's website has tons of reviews from real patients and detailed doctor profiles to help you choose the right one. See actual appointment openings and click to instantly book a visit. Appointments happen fast, usually within 24 to 72 hours. And you can even score same-day appointments. And ZocDoc is free to use. Your health matters, and taking care of yourself shouldn't be complicated. Right now, you can find and book the right doctor with ZocDoc. Head to ZocDoc.com/BTC to get started. and check that appointment off your to-do list. That's ZocDoc.com/BTC. No Lies brought to you by SelectQuote. Life insurance. We all know we need it, but we keep putting it off because we think it's complicated or expensive or that we'll live forever. Stop telling yourself that you'll handle it later and take care of it today with SelectQuote. In 15 minutes, you can have coverage that fits your life and budget. Here's what makes SelectQuote different. Their licensed insurance agents work for you, not for one insurance company. They compare options across multiple carriers to find you the right coverage at the lowest price. And they've been doing this for nearly 40 years and have helped over 2 million people find coverage. Even if you have health issues, they can help. High blood pressure, diabetes, heart disease, their agents know which carriers will give you the best rate for your specific situation. If you're healthy, they can get you same-day coverage with no medical exam. Other brokers push policies that pay them the most. SelectQuote's agents actually shop for you. SelectQuote, they shop, you save. So get the right life insurance for you for less at selectquote.com/BTC. Go to selectquote.com/BTC today to get started. No Lies brought to you by Helix. So in a previous life, I wasn't a personal trainer. I still love working out when politics allows me 2 seconds of free time. But the advice that I always give my clients is that one of the most important parts of working out isn't in the gym at all. It's getting adequate recovery, rest, so that your body can repair itself. That's why I am the biggest advocate for Helix mattress. I sleep on a Helix mattress right now. It's been about 2 years. It is a game changer in falling asleep, which is not something that is easy for me at all. But with my Helix mattress, falling asleep is legitimately the easiest it's ever been. I don't wake up multiple times throughout the night. I don't have neck or back pain anymore. And now my family uses Helix mattresses too. Legit, excellent mattress. I could not recommend it highly enough. And there are more reasons to switch, like their free shipping and seamless delivery. Helix delivers your mattress right to your door with free shipping in the US. There's the 120-night sleep trial and limited lifetime warranty, and the Happy with Helix guarantee, which offers a risk-free, customer-first experience designed to ensure that you're completely satisfied with your new mattress. All of which is why Helix is the most awarded mattress brand, tested and reviewed by experts like Forbes and Wired. So go to helixsleep.com/BTC for 27% off site-wide. That's helixsleep.com/BTC for 27% off site-wide. helixsleep.com/BTC. I'm joined now by the governor of Kentucky, Andy Beshear. Thanks so much for joining me.
Oh, glad to be on. Thanks for inviting me.
So I want to get into a little bit of the work that you and other Democratic governors are doing across the country, but I want to cover a little bit of national news first, and that is the situation with Mitch McConnell. So do you have any update, first and foremost, on Mitch McConnell's state? And if we continue not to hear from him in advance of this August 3rd deadline where there would be a special election called, what options are available to you in terms of moving forward?
So we do not, and by we, I don't just mean me, but Kentuckians and the American people do not have a real update on Mitch McConnell, which they deserve. This is basically someone that hasn't shown up for work for 6 weeks. And everybody who watches or listens to you, if they're gone from their job for 6 weeks, they got to call their boss.
Right.
They got to explain what it is and give a timetable for when they return. But Mitch McConnell won't do that to his boss, which is the people of Kentucky. And it's a separate conversation, but it tells you that people stay in Congress way too long when they think that they don't answer to anybody. So what I've done is amped up the pressure and now called on Mitch McConnell to verbally talk to the people of Kentucky or America. If he can supposedly talk to Scott Jennings for 17 minutes, he can talk to you for 3. He can call into a news station for 3. For all I care, he can call to Fox News and talk for 3. But he seems unwilling to do it. If he can't do that, he needs to resign. His job requires capacity, and he needs to prove that he has it. But it's not just him that I'm calling on to take action. It's also John Thune, who is the majority leader of the Senate. So you can only have a vacancy where I can take action if one of 3 things happens: a death, a resignation, or an expulsion vote from the Senate. In other words, for that vacancy to be recognized, the Senate has to say you no longer have the ability to serve, which means Thune has an obligation to make sure his individuals can do that. And guess what? I'm in Kentucky. John Thune's in Washington, D.C. He can walk right down the street.
Yeah.
He can walk into that hospital because Mitch McConnell's not going to tell him no. He can evaluate his condition and come out and tell the American people. And if there is not capacity there, he needs to take action and do it now. But you know who else should do it? Is Rand Paul. Rand Paul has said me calling on Mitch McConnell to do this is just grandstanding. Well, today, Rand Paul dragged an 85-year-old Anthony Fauci in front of Congress because he said he needed to level with the American people, but he won't do the same with Mitch McConnell. I know they might not like each other a lot, but this is the fellow senator from Kentucky that has a duty to his fellow Kentuckians. So for me, I'd first need that vacancy declared by the Senate. And then there's an argument under the law about what could happen. So our state legislature was so scared of me potentially appointing that first they passed a statute saying I had to choose from a list of 3 Republicans if it was a Republican office holder. And then they wanted to pass one that said there's got to be a special election. But there is a section of the Kentucky State Constitution that says for statewide vacancies, a governor can appoint. Now the question is, does that include federal offices? And that's never been fully litigated. But I take the Constitution at its word. There is no deadline in August for that potential appointment. And I'm telling people I'd keep all options on the table because look at what's happening to the country right now. But I do want to offer a flip side because I have heard people say, well, if McConnell was in your position, he'd be ruthless. But you know what he'd be? Ruthlessly, he would look at the tactics. He would be ruthlessly tactical. And if he was looking at a seat the Democrats had held since 1992, he would say, it might be better if that stays vacant. So there is one less vote on the other side on all these different things. If we hold a special election in Kentucky, a Democrat hasn't won it, any of those, since 92. So right now, we have one less vote for the SAVE Act. We got one less vote for replacement of a conservative justice. We have one less vote for the war in Iran. We have one less vote for a lot of dangerous things. And at least the concern on a special election is most likely someone who is more loyal to Trump than Mitch McConnell would fill that seat. So I am both doing my job as governor saying Kentuckians deserve a U.S. senator, and a U.S. senator has just a basic responsibility to tell people if he can do the job. While at the same point, making sure that we are tactical at a time when the country is in such a difficult place that we're not helping Trump by doing something that feels good in the moment.
I appreciate that really thoughtful response. One last question on this. When would you, if you do decide to do so, when would it be the appropriate time to actually take action and appoint someone and challenge the law that's on the books against what the Kentucky Constitution says? Like, what is the impetus for further movement here?
Well, that impetus would be a vacancy actually occurring to be able to do that. And let me just throw in one other piece. If folks want me to call a special election, I have a Republican Secretary of State who would run that election, a little more challenging in Kentucky.
Yeah.
And the Senate would have to be willing to seat anybody I appointed or came out of that special election. And that's why one thing that I don't think people are talking about enough is how broken the Senate is. It's not just Mitch McConnell, individual senator, won't do the right thing. It's that the body is abdicating any responsibility to making sure its members are actually capable of serving and doing the job that under the law is theirs to do. And kind of a final piece is I want to make sure as we go towards these elections, and I don't mind criticism, it comes with the job. It doesn't bother me at all. But if Republicans are doing something bad, let's make sure we keep the spotlight on the Republicans that are doing something bad. And the Democratic Party often, we want to take all that attention and yell at a Democrat that we think should do more to stop the Republican from doing bad. And again, it's not the criticism, but let's make sure we're not hurting each other when we could be out there winning elections because of these bad actions of Republicans.
So on that point of the bad actions of Republicans and the point that you made about these Republicans in the Senate abdicating their responsibilities, I mean, one example of that is that they offered up a housing bill to the president to sign. That was something in accordance with his own campaign promises that he outright refused to sign because he wanted to hold it hostage to pass the Save America Act so that he could basically enact a federal takeover of state-run elections. That's just one example. From the conversations that you've had with folks across the country, are they starting to recognize that this full control of government by Republicans, House, Senate, White House, are failing at their responsibility to deliver on the very things that they campaigned on?
Wall Street Journal.
Absolutely. And I think what people are starting to feel is betrayal. A president that told them he'd make life a little bit easier is making it a lot harder. Let me give you the example of a soybean farmer. And I don't know how many soybean farmers tune in, but if you're a soybean farmer, you voted for Donald Trump. Now, I know a couple of Democratic soybean farmers, but only a couple. And so Donald Trump comes in, you think, I'm going to do better. Farming's tough, but I'm going to do better. And the first thing he does is cuts USAID. And USAID is a big client of yours because to make other countries like us better, to create soft power in the world, we keep people from starving. We send excess soybeans through that program. That's gone. Then, because Donald Trump doesn't like the U.S. Department of Education, they cut the farm to cafeteria program. And suddenly, that's a second place you were selling. Then, in his tariff-happy policy, the worst economic policy of my lifetime, he puts
Carp, what it do, man?
Specific tariff on China, and they say, fine, we are the largest purchaser of soybeans in the world. We're not going to purchase from the U.S. anymore.
Hey, y'all, make sure y'all smash that like button. We need 5 more likes to get 100 likes. Let's go.
We're going to go to Argentina, and we're going to go to Brazil.
Yeah.
So they're hammered, but that's not the end of the story. Then Trump starts this war of choice in Iran. And it's not just the price of gas that goes up. While you're driving past the next gas station, look at the price of diesel. It's even worse. And all the farm machinery runs on diesel. And then if that wasn't insult enough, a third of all the fertilizer in the world travels through the Strait of Hormuz.
Right.
So this is what Donald Trump and congressional Republicans are doing to some of the most loyal voters that are out there. And I'm speaking out not because I think necessarily we can move a huge amount of those voters, but they live in my state. It's important that they can raise their family. Their crops are rotting in the field. They're having to declare bankruptcy over farms that have been in their families for generations. What this administration is doing is decimating the American dream, is making people give up and feel like it's not even possible anymore. And Democrats should be the exact opposite, that we can make the economy and the government work again.
So on that point, I mean, I hear everything you're saying, and I also recognize that it should be difficult for the Republicans to have any plausible deniability here because, again, they control every branch of government, and all of these actions have not either been created or exacerbated by their leadership. At the same time, you know just as well as anybody how strong the ties of partisan affiliation are. I mean, you know, you defied major odds to become governor in an otherwise red state. You mentioned yourself that Kentucky hasn't had a Democratic senator since 1992. I was 3 at the time. And so there is this chasm between understanding what Republican leadership brings about, but at the same time still overcoming a huge obstacle, which is that a lot of people predicate their identity on their partisan or political affiliation. And so is that gap being bridged right now, where people both recognize the problem but are also willing to buck some major part of their identity?
Discover why Cozy is the #1 family organizer app.
A full cart that's lighter on your wallet. That's a breath of fresh air. Download the Upside app and get a $15 bonus on your first purchase.
Yeah, I'm living proof that, yes, we can overcome that challenge. I've now won 3 straight statewide elections in a state that Donald Trump won by 31 points. I've beaten Mitch McConnell's handpicked candidate and 2 Donald Trump endorsed candidates. Before my election in 2019, he came in and filled up Rupp Arena, where UK plays, the night before, and said it'd be an embarrassment if I beat his guy, yet we still did. And what it's really about is proving to people that we are the party that can make your life a little bit easier, a little bit better. It's about recognizing that most people don't wake up thinking about elections. They wake up thinking about their job, their next doctor's appointment, the roads and bridges they drive, the school they drop their kids off at, and whether they feel safe in their community. And when we can show, sometimes at the a granular level, that we are improving people's lives, that we brought new jobs into a place that hadn't seen them before, they will change the way they vote. Because people love their family more than they love any party that they belong to. And when you can better someone's life, you can earn their vote.
As head of the Democratic Governors Association, what is your message to Americans about what Democratic governors are doing right now in contrast to the leadership or lack thereof that they're getting from the federal government?
Oh, what you see in Democratic governors are people who get results that are focused on your everyday life. At a time when we have a housing crisis, our Democratic governors are building. I'm moving people in eastern Kentucky from the hollers, the valleys that have been flooding, and I'm building affordable housing on top of abandoned coal mines with solar panels on top. So anything is possible. We're creating more jobs with better wages. The average wage of a new job in Kentucky last year was nearly $30 an hour. We're expanding health care when D.C. is trying to contract it so that you can see a doctor where you live. In our largest African-American community in Kentucky, we built the first hospital in 150 years. So when you see a Democratic governor, you're not wondering, are they the progressive or are they the moderate? They are the pragmatic, get it done, better your lives, and people who candidly aren't standing up trying to sway one vote this way and one vote that way, but who are actually on the ground, no excuses, no matter what their legislature did, getting the results that people need. And what I tell you about 2026 is not only are the governor's races critical because they impact people's lives in a state more so than just about anything, but if you care about the map for 2028, it's going to be created by the governor's races in 26. Right. When Rob Sand wins in Iowa, and he will, he is incredibly talented, a good guy, a campaign people should look at. Iowa's going to be in play in 28. When Amy Acton wins in Ohio, where we've got a really good chance, Ohio would be in play. But look at Katie Hobbs in Arizona. Good Democratic governor running against an election denier. We do not win there. And Arizona's off the map. Nevada and Georgia, two great candidates in Ford and Keisha Lance Bottoms. Those are two races where if and when we win, the margin of error is a lot greater. So if people aren't tuned in yet to governor's races, you should be for a lot of reasons.
So to that end, Governor, for folks who are either running as candidates or who are battleground governors right now in this upcoming election, where can viewers and listeners go to help those people who are on the front lines right now?
Go to demgovs.org. That's demgovs.org. And it can show you how to get involved, how to contribute, how to connect to different campaigns and volunteer. In any of these states that you're in, contact those campaigns directly because we have great candidates running great campaigns. And know that your governor impacts your daily life more than just about any other office. I promise you. If you take General Ford and make him Governor Ford in Nevada, things are going to get better. If you take Mayor Keisha Lance Bottoms and make her governor, things are going to get better. Let me just close on this one example. In Georgia, they have not expanded Medicaid. So there are hundreds of thousands of citizens in Georgia that cannot see a doctor when they're sick. When she wins, they'll be able to because she will use every bit of leverage she can to make it happen. It's the difference between being pro and anti-health care is winning that race in Georgia.
Simple as that. Perfect place to leave off. I'm going to put the link to that website right here on the screen and also in the post description of this video for those who are watching and listening. Again, to echo what we just heard, this is going to be where the front lines are, especially with a federal government that won't pass anything. The states are going to be the biggest bulwark against overreach and actually delivering for people. Governor Beshear, as always, I appreciate your time. Thanks so much.
I appreciate you.
I'm joined now by the governor of Pennsylvania, Josh Shapiro. Governor Shapiro, I want to jump into a little bit of Pennsylvania news, but first, there is some national news that's happening right now, and that is that Todd Blanche's confirmation is in doubt unless he decides to come forward and put a permanent end to this $1.8 billion slush fund in writing. That's the only way he's going to get John Cornyn and Tom Tillis to sign on to this thing. Can I have your reaction to the fact that we now have a Republican attorney general who is holding out on his own permanent confirmation because he seems hell-bent on allowing the president to have a slush fund from which he could pay out insurrectionists?
Look, I always thought the slush fund was dangerous, if not illegal. And so it should not be hard to say they're not going to pursue this slush fund. They're not going to provide the president access to $1.8 billion worth of taxpayer money that he can just give out to his buddies or for whatever he sees fit. That's a pretty low bar for anyone who wants to be attorney general, anyone who wants to be the chief legal officer of the United States of America to get over. But similarly, there's other things that should be pretty easy, which is to give victims their proper due when it comes to the Epstein files and those who were wronged, those who were abused, those whose abuse is documented in those files. I mean, I think Blanche needs to decide if he wants to be the Attorney General of the United States or he wants to be the president's personal lawyer. If he wants to be his lawyer, he can go do that. But being the Attorney General of the United States is about standing up for the American people, not working against them as he seemingly is if he refuses to do away with this slush fund and refuses to be fully transparent when it comes to who's in the Epstein files.
Do you think that Republicans would similarly have no problem if a Democratic president decided to offer up billions of dollars in a slush fund to Democratic priorities, a slush fund to the ACLU, the NAACP, Planned Parenthood? Do you think that Republicans would be as accepting of a president being able to just consolidate billions of dollars of taxpayer money to give out to his political allies as they are right now?
Come on, Brian, you know the answer to that question. They'd be freaking out, and they'd be on shows like yours on the other side. They'd be on TV every day calling it out. They'd call it lawlessness. They'd pretend to be law and order about the whole thing. Of course, it's a total double standard. And by the way, when I talk to these guys privately, they know it. They just don't have the courage to speak up. And I think that speaks to their lack of character.
On this issue of the Epstein files, what do you make of the fact that all of these people on the right had predicated their support for the Republican Party on this idea that the Epstein files would be released, only to now watch them get further, not only buried, but buried at the hands of somebody who is, as you mentioned, in the position because he was Donald Trump's personal criminal defense attorney, and as we know, Trump himself is now implicated in these files?
Yeah, I mean, look, I'll just say what's in these files, based on what we're generally aware of publicly, is really serious stuff. And Brian, I realize it's gotten politicized, but I'm the former lead prosecutor here in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, the former Attorney General, former Chief Law Enforcement Officer. I prosecuted pedophiles. I prosecuted people that raped children, that ripped away the innocence of our children here across our Commonwealth. And the people who did that are behind bars because I prosecuted them. And for those that we couldn't prosecute because they were outside the statute of limitations, their crimes were exposed. We need that in the United States of America. We need to make sure that those who engaged in these crimes against children, those who enabled it, those who covered it up, are held accountable.
Lock all of them motherfuckers up.
This shouldn't be some political football, and this shouldn't be, sort of a litmus test for some Republican senator that they've got to, curry favor with Trump so they can't be for transparency, they can't be for protecting our kids. Come on, these people know better, and there's serious, lives that are at stake here. There are people who have been victimized who deserve this accountability, and now's the time for it.
Well said. I want to switch topics here now to your home state of Pennsylvania. A lot of Democrats across the country, rightfully, are talking about affordability. You've had the chance to actually make good on that promise, on that slogan, through this latest budget that was just signed into law in PA. So can you talk about a little bit of what that offers?
Yeah, and just for your viewers and listeners, understand, I'm a governor with a divided legislature. So for me to pass any of this stuff, I need Republican votes and Democratic votes. And we've actually been able to come together and cut taxes 10 different times, including a massive tax cut for seniors who are living on fixed income. And the first progressive tax reform in probably 50 years in Pennsylvania, something known as the Working Pennsylvanians Tax Credit, where if you're working, if you're struggling to get by, we'll put about $850 or so bucks back in your pockets. And 940,000 Pennsylvanians qualified for that. That's real money going back in their pockets. We just passed a COLA, a cost of living adjustment or increase for former firefighters, former cops, former teachers, and state workers. That's real money back in people's pockets. The real challenge we have is every time I cut taxes, every time I cut costs, and I put $1 into somebody's pocket here in Pennsylvania, Donald Trump and his enablers take $2 out.
Yeah.
Because everything costs more because of their policies. Consider this. The tariffs have driven up costs for farmers and small businesses. Just drove past a gas station here in Harrisburg. Gas is $4.19 a gallon because of Trump's wrong war in the Middle East that he got into and has no idea how to get out of. And the American people are paying at the pump along with paying in many other ways. I just cite those as just two examples of how Trump's economic policies are costing Pennsylvanians at a time where I'm trying to put money back in their pockets.
Are they recognizing that? I mean, even Republicans and independent voters, or even disaffected Democrats who voted for Trump, while you've been talking to Pennsylvanians, and that's a crucial state, and I think a really accurate bellwether of where the country stands, do people recognize that the issues that they're contending with are the very issues that Trump himself ran on in 2024, but are now being exacerbated expressly by his own policies?
Yeah, I think they see that. I mean, they heard a guy who said, I'll never touch Social Security, Medicare, or Medicaid.
Yeah.
First thing he does, he kicks 510,000 Pennsylvanians off of their Medicaid and health care. Said, we're going to end forever wars. And this guy is now engaged in a war he doesn't know how to get out of in Iran. He said he's going to bring down costs. Remember, he kept pretending like he came up with the word groceries. Well, last time I went to the grocery store, which I think was yesterday, the day before, things cost more because of Donald Trump's policies. I think they see that he's not only swung and missed on everything, he's made things way worse. And folks are rightly frustrated. They're frustrated things cost more. They're frustrated that we're in a war that he doesn't know how to get out of. They're frustrated that there's so much chaos and cruelty and corruption around. And they deserve relief from that. I try as governor of Pennsylvania to do my part to provide the opposite of what Donald Trump is doing. I think others are doing that across the country. We need more of that. And I think the way we stop a lot of this chaos and cruelty and corruption is to have people show up in record numbers this November for the midterms, whether you live here in Pennsylvania or anywhere else, and cast your vote in a way that shows your dissatisfaction with the way Trump is leading our nation.
You had mentioned that you passed this budget with divided government. This is one of the few states that does have divided government. And so what were some of the concessions on both sides? What did Republicans want that they didn't get? And what did Democrats want that they didn't get?
Well, let me be clear. Compromise is the name of the game in Pennsylvania. And when you're a governor and you're trying to work to bring both sides together. But I will never, ever, ever compromise my principles. You know, Pennsylvania will never be a right to work state. I will never undermine a woman's right to choose. In fact, I want to codify more protections into law. I'll always protect the rights of our LGBTQ community. So there's certain things, those are just a few examples where you want to show up at the bargaining table and try and negotiate on that. I'm not doing that. But I'm willing to trade when it comes to allowing us to get things done. And so you make some trades that's allowed us to invest historic amounts in public education and public safety and economic development. Our economy is growing faster than nearly any other state. We grew at 5.4% last year, which is just an extraordinary growth rate. Actually created more jobs than all the two states in the entire country. And so when it came time to hammering out a deal, look, I wish I could have gotten more money for building more housing in our Commonwealth. I wish I could have gotten more money for mass transit. I wish that I was able to raise the minimum wage to $15 an hour. Those are things that the Republicans wouldn't go along with. But we got a ton of wins, and I'm going to keep coming after all those other things and working hard to find common ground so we can get more stuff done here.
You know, I mentioned that PA was a good bellwether for the rest of the country, and you said that you wanted to be able to secure more funds for housing. You know, one of the issues that Trump ran and campaigned on was this idea that housing was too expensive. He talked about housing and rent in addition to that elusive old-fashioned word that of groceries. But he wouldn't even sign his own housing bill. And so what did you make of the fact that something that he campaigned on, that was handed to him on a silver platter, that the Republicans were prepared to do a big celebratory signing ceremony on, he wouldn't even give them that win because he was so hell-bent on trying to use that as a hostage to pass the Save America Act?
I mean, it's just more petulance from Donald Trump. And you know why he didn't sign it? Because he actually doesn't give a damn about people having affordable housing or people being able to put a roof over their head. He literally doesn't care. He only cares about himself. He cares about enriching himself and the people around him. He cares about being in the news and just constantly in people's faces. And he cares about lying about our elections, which is what his whole campaign behind the SAVE Act is. So it's not a shock to me that after seemingly a pretty good bipartisan consensus came together in the Congress of the United States, he wouldn't sign it because he actually doesn't give a damn about the people that he was elected to serve.
Last topic here, and this one hurts because I'm coming to you from Los Angeles, and you guys got LeBron.
We should take some time on this one here.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
So, and by the way, this is coming from somebody who is also a Giants fan, a lifelong New York football Giants fan. So already watched Saquon Barkley go from the New York Giants to the Philadelphia Eagles. So,
by the way, just for nothing. You guys got nothing for that. So, to all you New York Giants fans out there, thank you for Saquon.
Well, look, we'll see what this year brings. We got a young squad, so and hopefully a healthy squad between Scatterboo, between Jackson Dart, and
you got a great coach too.
A great coach. So we'll see what happens on that front. But to what extent did there was some reporting? I think Peter Hamby did some reporting in Puck about you trying to nudge LeBron out to PA. So to what extent do you think that your politicking with him had some impact on his decision to move out to Philadelphia?
Well, first off, let me just say this was LeBron and LeBron's decision only. And he made it for all the reasons that he said, for his family, his desire to win a championship, period. I will just tell you, when I had the opportunity, I guess this is now close to 2 weeks ago, to engage with him, I shot my shot. I made my pitch as to why Philly would be a great place for him to play, a great team to play with that can win a championship, particularly after we fleeced Jaylen Brown from the Boston Celtics, which was pretty cool. And I think it's also important to note that LeBron is one of the great philanthropists, not in basketball, but in our country. I mean, he's doing extraordinary work, and that Philly is a great place for him to do his philanthropy. So I made my pitch. I'm thrilled he picked Philly, but I'm not here to claim any ownership of that decision. It was LeBron's and LeBron's only.
Were you surprised when he made that decision?
I was thrilled when he made that decision. And I'm so excited for him to play in Philly. And by the way, if you miss him and you want to come to a game in Philly, I'd love to host you.
Thanks. All right, last question here. As we come up on football season, then, what is your prediction for the NFC East? Who wins the NFC East?
Well, look, I do agree that New York is better. I think you saw something with Scatterboo and with Jackson Dart last year. Obviously, they had injuries. Neighbors had an injury. There's something unique about that offense. So if they can stay healthy, particularly with a good coach, they're going to be better than last year. Obviously, the Commanders were totally beat up last year. If they're healthy, Jaden Daniels is a hell of a quarterback. They're going to be better this year. But obviously, my money's still on the Birds. I mean, we had some issues at offensive coordinator. Howie Roseman, our great GM, fixed that. He was able to sign some wide receivers that I think are really going to improve our wide receiving core. We just locked up Jalen Carter for, I think, till 2031, if I'm not mistaken. And so our defense is just strengthened in a big way. And Howie will tinker right up until the deadline and put the Birds in a position where we can win a Super Bowl again this year. I'm not claiming we will, but we're going to be in a position to do it. And I still think we are definitively the team to beat in the NFC East. And I think Dallas's streak of, I think it's been 30 years without an NFC championship, I think that graphic is going to change to 31.
Give me your definitive rankings, top of the 4 teams in the NFC East. How does the season end?
Birds, Giants, Commanders, Cowboys.
Mine is identical, but flip Birds and Giants. So we'll see how it goes. This might just be wish casting, but we'll come back to this. So, Gov, I appreciate your time. Thanks for the work you're doing. Congratulations on passing that budget, and thanks again for taking the time today.
Great to be with you. Thanks.
I'm joined now by Congressman Jamie Raskin. Congressman, you have some interesting news here as it relates to something that the entire world watched and got pretty pissed off about, which is Donald Trump's decision to interfere in this latest FIFA World Cup match. So can you explain what this news is?
Well, the problem goes a lot deeper than that, Brian. The Department of Justice itself uncovered a sprawling, decades-long pattern of corruption at FIFA where they identified at least 30 people from 20 different countries involved in soccer who spread around $200 million worth of bribes and payoffs and kickbacks in order to get extremely valuable and lucrative TV rights in their own countries. But all of it was a payola system. These people were convicted in criminal court, and DOJ had secured convictions of several of them. And then after like a very cozy relationship developed between FIFA and President Trump and the Trump administration, those charges were dropped. Those prosecutions were dropped, even though the criminal convictions had already been obtained in federal district court and upheld in the Second Circuit Court of Appeals. And these are convictions for racketeering, wire fraud, and all of these, related corruption offenses. But you'll recall that they fabricated a new FIFA Peace Prize, which they gave to Donald Trump, and then they rented space at the Trump Tower for the 45-day period around the World Cup, but they paid for apparently this suite for an entire year, and they haven't revealed how much, but it's been estimated by various reporters that could have been as much as $600,000. So there's just a whole series of relationships like that, and it's like everything else we're seeing with the Trump administration. It's just a series of quid pro quos adding up to a huge, unprecedented swamp in Washington.
I feel like we are in a position where all of this stuff has been so normalized by virtue of just how prevalent it is in this administration. Can you talk about, if we were back on Earth 1, what this would look like in terms of DOJ enforcement?
Well, DOJ had brought these prosecutions and obviously saw this as very serious corruption when you've got people from all over the world bribing FIFA in order to obtain these lucrative TV contracts and rights for their country. But instead, the prosecutions are dropped after the convictions are obtained, and everything's extremely cozy between FIFA and its president and our president, Donald Trump. And you're right, it's been normalized. And so it's going to be a contest between them working to normalize quid pro quo corruption, and then each American citizen's sense of what is normal for us, what really is morality, what is the rule of law. And that's the struggle right now, because there's such a barrage of corruption and scandals that a lot of people are getting worn down by it. But we've only got 99 days to go before the November elections, and we think it's important to be blowing the whistle on every one of these episodes of corruption, bribery, and so on.
So obviously FIFA has a vested interest in doing whatever it can do to curry favor with the DOJ so that they can do exactly what they did do, which is to abandon these prosecutions. What does it say that it is this easy for an entity like FIFA to figure out how to game Donald Trump? I mean, the FIFA Peace Prize, I mean, it's a joke on one hand, but on the other hand, this is an actual tool where the consequences were, in part, that a lot of criminals were able to walk free because that's all it took for FIFA to curry favor with a guy who is just so desperate to have, his ego stroked.
It's not just about the past, it's also about the future and the present, because anybody who tried to get tickets or paid for tickets to go to the World Cup found out what a racket it was. I mean, the tickets were supposed to top out at something like $1,500 or $1,600, and a lot of them were going for up to $30,000, $33,000, some of them. And so the Department of Justice should be looking out for antitrust violations and consumer ripoffs and predatory pricing, but is instead just the best buds with this private entity. And, everybody, well, not everybody, but most people love soccer. It is the beautiful game. It really is a remarkable, beautiful game. And they've just drenched it in all of the ugliness and sordidness of this corruption.
Does it surprise you that an institution as notorious for engaging in corruption like FIFA would find a kindred spirit in the Trump administration?
No, I mean, look, President Trump called them up to get Fulleren's red card overturned. The President of the United States interfering in an internal disciplinary process within the soccer game. And, in the same way that the Knicks fans knew that they were going to lose that game where Donald Trump showed up, all of the USA soccer fans knew it was over once Donald Trump decided to put his fingerprints on the enterprise. Nobody needs the President of the United States interfering in American sports in, his ham-fisted way, like a sledgehammer. We know he's good at one thing, which is getting as much money as possible out of the government, out of the taxpayers, and, in various rotten business deals from all over the world, whether we're talking about Saudi Arabia or Qatar or China, you name it.
I have to ask, on the heels of this line of questioning, Congressman, is the Trump curse real? And I asked this in the aftermath of him interfering with Balogun's red card, in the aftermath of going to Madison Square Garden, snapping the Knicks win streak. And there's a long history of him going to other games. He went into Josh Harris, who's the Commanders owner, into his box on a day that the Lions were facing off against the Commanders, and the Lions ended up beating the Commanders 44-22. I mean, there's a lot of instances of that. So the question posed to you is the Trump curse real?
Use the promo code to get the Epic Champion at Kempdom for free.
Well, you pose a tough question. You challenge my rationalism here, because it certainly feels right. My favorite story about superstition is about the physicist Niels Bohr, and some people were over at his house for dinner, and on the way out, a woman spotted a horseshoe above the doorway, and she said, "Niels Bohr, here you are, the greatest physicist of the 20th century, and you've got a horseshoe above your door. I never took you to be the superstitious type." And he said, "Well, no, I'm not superstitious. They say it works whether or not you believe in it." So I think there are enough people, enough sports fans and sports owners around the country who don't want Donald Trump coming anywhere near their teams or their games to suggest there might be something there. And, we can see what's happened to our country since he's been president, and that's in the realm of actual public policy. I mean, ruinous, illegal, unconstitutional wars like the catastrophe in Iran with the closure of the Strait of Hormuz, and so many lost servicemen and women from the American armed forces. So many people have died in Iran. The ruinous, illegal, unconstitutional tariffs he imposed to launch a trade war against the rest of the world, and all of the terrible effects these things have had on our economy. It really is time for us to bring on some new leadership in America.
To that end, it's increasingly difficult for Trump and Republicans to run any legitimate campaign on any platform because their platform is so aggressively unpopular. I mean, this is what it looks like with full, unbridled, unapologetic Republican governance. There are no Democrats in control of the House, the Senate, or the White House, and yet we're in a situation where costs have gone higher, not down, where healthcare is less accessible, not more, where food assistance has been gutted, where gas prices are rising, where inflation is up since Joe Biden left office, where we're engaged in a brand new foreign war in the Middle East, and the Epstein files haven't been released. So what do you run on when that is your platform? Which raises the obvious point that Republicans, and led by Trump, are trying to rig the rules of the game in their favor by trying to pass the Save America Act. So in your estimation, is there any realistic possibility that the Save America Act can advance? And is there an appetite from Republicans to do so?
Well, first of all, the elections are not that far away. They're just over 3 months away. And, everybody at least used to believe in Congress, in the states, and in the courts. You would never make fundamental changes in an election system 3 months before the elections start. I mean, early voting is not far away in some of the states, maybe, 2 months away, 7 or 8 weeks, something like that. But it does go to show your original point, Brian, which is they've got nothing else to run on. I mean, foreign policy is a complete debacle. Economic policy is a debacle. Inflation is sky high. Gasoline is going for more than $100 a barrel. He's gotten us into this escalation trap with the Iranian government, which is playing him like a fiddle. And they've got no program for the country. Where's their plan to give everybody health care that they promised 10 years ago? Where's their plan to bring down inflation? I mean, there's literally nothing there. They're spending, their time on the reflecting pool, which we call the Strait of Warm Ooze. What color is it going to be tomorrow? It's an algae farm.
Hey, Carp, you ain't never lied. That's all they do. You just pin MAGA in one goddamn paragraph.
And they're spending their time on, billion-dollar golden ballrooms. We've been out campaigning on the Eastern Shore, which is like probably the reddest part of Maryland. Over the weekend, we had more than 100 Democracy Summer.
That's where I go fishing at every Sunday, the Eastern Shore of Maryland.
Was with us out there. And not only were people so excited to see the Democracy Summer Fellows and people who are not registered to vote are getting registered to vote, people who didn't know that Andy Harris, the head of the Freedom Caucus from the 1st District, has an opponent, and he's got a great opponent in Dan Schwartz, whose campaign is surging now. But we didn't see any Republicans anywhere. We saw no red hats, no MAGA hats anywhere. And I'm getting the same reports from Democracy Summer people all over America that they're just not seeing Republicans anywhere. Now, the good news is, his support is collapsing. It's just melting away. On
You can't tell Republicans that, though.
the other hand, they don't seem that upset about it, which suggests he is going to be trying to do things like move the SAVE Act and who knows what other kinds of ambushes against the electoral process. And so that's what we have to be vigilant and steadfast in making sure we're protecting the election even as we're going out to mobilize a landslide. But I don't think the SAVE Act can get through the Senate. I don't think there's any way.
Last question here on that. Is there a world where the parliamentarian would allow the Save America Act to pass through reconciliation so that it only requires a simple majority to pass?
I mean, it's clearly policy making, so there's no way it should be added in the budget process at this point. But we never say never, and we're being as vigilant as possible to try to stop these things. I mean, because I'm superstitious, I will never say that could not happen. People say, well, what if Donald Trump takes over the elections? And I say, well, look, there's no role for the president to do that in the Constitution. The president simply has no functional role in the administration of elections at all. And by design, he's off to the side. He's got nothing to do with it. It's up to the states, and Congress can vote to regulate it. But I would never say, no, he would never try and do that. So we're just going to have to stay vigilant to every one of their antics and ambushes against the election process.
Well, I appreciate, as always, you speaking out on this stuff, and thanks for taking the time tonight.
Great to see you, Brian.
To listen to the audio version of this episode, click the link right here on the screen, and please make sure to subscribe. And to see more video content, that subscribe button's on the screen as well.
I gotta get in on this.
Hey y'all, baby, I'm the one that's responsible for doing all the cooking in my family, so I decided to level up. No more aluminum pans. I got these gold chafing dishes from Temu, and they are a bomb 10 out of 10. They can be used for hot.
I'm joined now by the governor of Pennsylvania, Josh Shapiro. Governor Shapiro, I want to jump into a little bit of Pennsylvania news, but first, there is some national news that's happening right now, and that is that Todd Blanche's confirmation is in doubt unless he decides to come forward and put a permanent end to this $1.8 billion slush fund in writing. That's the only way he's going to get John Cornyn and Tom Tillis to sign on to this thing. Can I have your reaction to the fact that we now have a Republican attorney general who is holding out on his own permanent confirmation because he seems hell-bent on allowing the president to have a slush fund from which he could pay out insurrectionists?
Look, I always thought the slush fund was dangerous, if not illegal. And so it should not be hard to say they're not going to pursue this slush fund. They're not going to provide the president access to $1.8 billion worth of taxpayer money that he can just give out to his buddies or for whatever he sees fit. That's a pretty low bar for anyone who wants to be attorney general, anyone who wants to be the chief legal officer of the United States of America to get over. But similarly, there's other things that should be pretty easy, which is to give victims their proper due when it comes to the Epstein files and those who were wronged, those who were abused, those whose abuse is documented in those files. I mean, I think Blanche needs to decide if he wants to be the Attorney General of the United States or he wants to be the president's personal lawyer. If he wants to be his lawyer, he can go do that. But being the Attorney General of the United States is about standing up for the American people, not working against them as he seemingly is if he refuses to do away with this slush fund and refuses to be fully transparent when it comes to who's in the Epstein files.
Do you think that Republicans would similarly have no problem if a Democratic president decided to offer up billions of dollars in a slush fund to Democratic priorities, a slush fund to the ACLU, the NAACP, Planned Parenthood? Do you think that Republicans would be as accepting of a president being able to just consolidate billions of dollars of taxpayer money to give out to his political allies as they are right now?
Come on, Brian, you know the answer to that question. They'd be freaking out, and they'd be on shows like yours on the other side. They'd be on TV every day calling it out. They'd call it lawlessness. They'd pretend to be law and order about the whole thing. Of course, it's a total double standard. And by the way, when I talk to these guys privately, they know it. They just don't have the courage to speak up. And I think that speaks to their lack of character.
On this issue of the Epstein files, what do you make of the fact that all of these people on the right had predicated their support for the Republican Party on this idea that the Epstein files would be released, only to now watch them get further, not only buried, but buried at the hands of somebody who is, as you mentioned, in the position because he was Donald Trump's personal criminal defense attorney, and as we know, Trump himself is now implicated in these files?
Yeah, I mean, look, I'll just say what's in these files, based on what we're generally aware of publicly, is really serious stuff. And Brian, I realize it's gotten politicized, but I'm the former lead prosecutor here in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, the former attorney general, former chief law enforcement officer. I prosecuted pedophiles. I prosecuted people that raped children, that ripped away the innocence of our children here across our Commonwealth. And the people who did that are behind bars because I prosecuted them. And for those that we couldn't prosecute because they were outside the statute of limitations, their crimes were exposed. We need that in the United States of America. We need to make sure that those who engaged in these crimes against children, those who enabled it, those who covered it up, are held accountable. This shouldn't be some political football, and this shouldn't be sort of a litmus test for some Republican senator that they've got to, curry favor with Trump, so they can't be for transparency, they can't be for protecting our kids? Come on, these people know better. And there's serious, lives that are at stake here. There are people who have been victimized who deserve this accountability. And now's the time for it.
Well said. I want to switch topics here now to your home state of Pennsylvania. A lot of Democrats across the country, rightfully, are talking about affordability. You've had the chance to actually make good on that promise, on that slogan, through this latest budget that was just signed into law in PA. So can you talk about a little bit of what that offers?
Yeah, and just for your viewers and listeners, understand, I'm a governor with a divided legislature. So for me to pass any of this stuff, I need Republican votes and Democratic votes. And we've actually been able to come together and cut taxes 10 different times, including a massive tax cut for seniors who are living on fixed income. And the first progressive tax reform in probably 50 years in Pennsylvania, something known as the Working Pennsylvanians Tax Credit, where if you're working, if you're struggling to get by, we'll put about $850 or so bucks back in your pockets, and 940,000 Pennsylvanians qualified for that. That's real money going back in their pockets. We just passed a COLA, a cost of living adjustment or increase for former firefighters, former cops, former teachers, and state workers. That's real money back in people's pockets. The real challenge we have is every time I cut taxes, every time I cut costs, and I put $1 into somebody's pocket here in Pennsylvania, Donald Trump and his enablers take $2 out.
Yeah.
Because everything costs more because of their policies. Consider this. The tariffs have driven up costs for farmers and small businesses. Just drove past a gas station here in Harrisburg. Gas is $4.19 a gallon because of Trump's wrong war in the Middle East that he got into and has no idea how to get out of. And the American people are paying at the pump along with paying in many other ways. I just cite those as just two examples of how Trump's economic policies are costing Pennsylvanians at a time where I'm trying to put money back in their pockets.
Are they recognizing that? I mean, even Republicans and independent voters, or even disaffected Democrats who voted for Trump, while you've been talking to Pennsylvanians, and that's a crucial state, and I think a really accurate bellwether of where the country stands, do people recognize that the issues that they're contending with are the very issues that Trump himself ran on in 2024, but are now being exacerbated expressly by his own policies?
Yeah, I think they see that. I mean, they heard a guy who said, I'll never touch Social Security, Medicare, or Medicaid.
Yeah.
First thing he does, he kicks 510,000 Pennsylvanians off of their Medicaid and health care. Said, we're going to end forever wars. And this guy is now engaged in a war he doesn't know how to get out of in Iran. He said he's going to bring down costs. Remember, he kept pretending like he came up with the word groceries. Well, last time I went to the grocery store, which I think was yesterday, the day before, things cost more because of Donald Trump's policies. I think they see that he's not only swung and missed on everything, he's made things way worse.
All my friends moved to the city, and maybe they're like me, trying to build something of their own. I just never figured out how to start. Hey Replit, build me a site where people can see my work and make bookings. Turns out, the first step didn't have to happen at a desk. It could happen the second an idea hit. Make the colors of the site warm, soft, and a little faded. Add a font like that, a serif with some weight. This is looking really good, but I needed to do a little more. Add a way for clients to book real dates and make payments. And when it was ready, I could make it live. Create your future, right from your phone. What will you build today? Download the Replit mobile app.
The Wall Street Journal News. Install it now.
And folks are rightly frustrated. They're frustrated things cost more. They're frustrated that we're in a war that he doesn't know how to get out of. They're frustrated that there's so much chaos and cruelty and corruption around. And they deserve relief from that. I try as governor of Pennsylvania to do my part to provide the opposite of what Donald Trump is doing. I think others are doing that across the country. We need more of that. And I think the way we stop a lot of this chaos and cruelty and corruption is to have people show up in record numbers this November for the midterms, whether you live here in Pennsylvania or anywhere else, and cast your vote in a way that shows your dissatisfaction with the way Trump is leading our nation.
You had mentioned that you passed this budget with divided government. This is one of the few states that does have divided government. And so what were some of the concessions on both sides? What did Republicans want that they didn't get? And what did Democrats want that they didn't get?
Well, let me be clear. Compromise is the name of the game in Pennsylvania. And when you're a governor and you're trying to work to bring both sides together. But I will never, ever, ever compromise my principles. You know, Pennsylvania will never be a right to work state. I will never undermine a woman's right to choose. In fact, I want to codify more protections into law. I'll always protect the rights of our LGBTQ community. So there's certain things, those are just a few examples where you want to show up at the bargaining table and try and negotiate on that. I'm not doing that. But I'm willing to trade when it comes to allowing us to get things done. And so you make some trades that's allowed us to invest historic amounts in public education and public safety and economic development. Our economy is growing faster than nearly any other state. We grew at 5.4% last year, which is just an extraordinary growth rate. Actually created more jobs than all the 2 states in the entire country. And so when it came time to hammering out a deal, look, I wish I could have gotten more money for building more housing in our Commonwealth. I wish I could have gotten more money for mass transit. I wish that I was able to raise the minimum wage to $15 an hour. Those are things that the Republicans wouldn't go along with. But we got a ton of wins, and I'm going to keep coming after all those other things and working hard to find common ground so we can get more stuff done here.
You know, I mentioned that PA was a good bellwether for the rest of the country, and you said that you wanted to be able to secure more funds for housing. You know, one of the issues that Trump ran and campaigned on was this idea that housing was too expensive. He talked about housing and rent, in addition to that elusive old-fashioned word that of groceries. But he wouldn't even sign his own housing bill. And so what did you make of the fact that something that he campaigned on, that was handed to him on a silver platter, that the Republicans were prepared to do a big celebratory signing ceremony on, he wouldn't even give them that win because he was so hell-bent on trying to use that as a hostage to pass the Save America Act?
I mean, it's just more petulance from Donald Trump. And you know why he didn't sign it? Because he actually doesn't give a damn about people having affordable housing or people being able to put a roof over their head. He literally doesn't care. He only cares about himself. He cares about enriching himself and the people around him. He cares about being in the news and just constantly in people's faces. And he cares about lying about our elections, which is what his whole campaign behind the SAVE Act is. So it's not a shock to me that after seemingly a pretty good bipartisan consensus came together in the Congress of the United States, he wouldn't sign it because he actually doesn't give a damn about the people that he was elected to serve.
Last topic here, and this one hurts because I'm coming to you from Los Angeles, and you guys got LeBron. And
we should take some time on this one here.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
So and by the way, this is coming from somebody who is also a Giants fan, a lifelong New York football Giants fan. So already watched Saquon Barkley go from the New York Giants to the Philadelphia Eagles. So
by the way, just for nothing. You guys got nothing for that. So to all you New York Giants fans out there, thank you for Saquon.
Well, look, we'll see what this year brings. We got a young squad, so and hopefully a healthy squad between Scatterboo, between Jackson Dart and
you got a great coach too.
A great coach. So we'll see what happens on that front. But to what extent there was some reporting, I think Peter Hamby did some reporting in Puck about you trying to nudge LeBron out to PA. So to what extent do you think that your politicking with him had some impact on his decision to move out to Philadelphia?
Well, first off, let me just say, this was LeBron and LeBron's decision only. And he made it for all the reasons that he said, for his family, his desire to win a championship, period. I will just tell you, when I had the opportunity, I guess this is now close to 2 weeks ago, to engage with him, I shot my shot. I made my pitch as to why Philly would be a great place for him to play, a great team to play with that can win a championship, particularly after we fleeced Jaylen Brown from the Boston Celtics, which was pretty cool. And I think it's also important to note that LeBron is one of the great philanthropists, not in basketball, but in our country. I mean, he's doing extraordinary work, and that Philly is a great place for him to do his philanthropy. So I made my pitch. I'm thrilled he picked Philly, but I'm not here to claim any ownership of that decision. It was LeBron's and LeBron's only.
Were you surprised when he made that decision?
I was thrilled when he made that decision. And I'm so excited for him to play in Philly. And by the way, if you miss him and you want to come to a game in Philly, I'd love to host him.
Thanks. All right, last question here. As we come up on football season then, what is your prediction for the NFC East? Who wins the NFC East?
Well,
Color block jam.
Color block jam.
Color block jam.
Color block jam. Color block jam.
Color block jam.
Color block jam.
Todd Blanche's confirmation as America's next Attorney General gets postponed. It's anybody's guess as to when Republicans will finally cave and give Trump whatever he wants. This is just another day. This week, Acting Attorney General Todd Blanche is hoping to drop that acting moniker from his name by getting confirmed by the Senate. But it looks like the confirmation process may not be as smooth sailing as he'd hoped.
A major Republican stand-up to Trump. Todd Blanche's nomination for Attorney General is indeed in deep trouble tonight.
The vote has officially been postponed.
Postponed? Wait, could it be? Might we be witnessing the faint outlines of a spine in the Republican Party? Please, do tell.
There was supposed to be a meeting taking place this morning at 10:30 a.m. between Senator John Cornyn, the Republican from Texas, a key member of the Senate Judiciary Committee, and Acting Attorney General Todd Blanche. John Cornyn for days has said that he wants to reopen that settlement to kill the anti-weaponization fund on paper once and for all, and to also narrow the scope of the audit immunity given to President Trump and some folks around him. John Cornyn yesterday said that it wouldn't happen unless Todd Blanche arrived to his office with paper in hand, ready to handle this thing once and for all. John Cornyn, a few minutes after 10:30, came out and told reporters that the meeting was no longer happening.
Wow, classic Cornyn, putting his foot down, just like that hard-nosed Texan always has, since Donald Trump refused to endorse him and he got his ass kicked in the re-election campaign. But all of this puts a real wrinkle in Blanche's hopes of getting confirmed. Chairman of the Judiciary Committee, Chuck Grassley, had scheduled a vote for tomorrow, but today realized he couldn't get Cornyn to say, "I do," which means the vote is now likely delayed until after the Senate's August recess, which could be big trouble because who knows if Grassley will even live that long. This man looks like he is one brisk breeze away from flatlining. But let's hear from Big John himself.
We've made clear from the outset that we expected some written proposals to modify the release that was signed in the tax dispute with President Trump and his organization. For some reason, I don't know whether it's the staff of the DOJ or who it is, but they simply, they know what they need to do, but they simply refuse to do it.
Yes, who could it be? If only there was some clue, some sign, just the tiniest morsel of evidence pointing us in the direction of who could possibly be behind this obstinance from the DOJ. But alas, it remains a mystery. And as long as Blanche refuses to hand over that written document, John Cornyn is standing strong.
You've been incredibly clear with what you would Todd Blanche to do. What do you think?
I don't know. I've been using English.
And you've been incredibly clear for days now. What do you think the holdup is here?
Beats me. Maybe they think I'm just going to give up or go along, but they're mistaken.
Yeah. Where on earth would Donald Trump get the idea that you'd just be another Republican sycophant looking to appease him?
A highway that begins in Texas could get a new name. Senator John Cornyn is proposing renaming Highway 287 to Interstate 47, and he wants it to be known as Trump Interstate.
Okay, well, I guess there's that, but it's not like he's out there debasing himself by hawking Trump merch. Oh boy. Trump owns Cornyn's ass so much, I'm surprised his name isn't tattooed on it. But for Todd Blanche, just getting Texas's John Cornyn on his side won't be good enough because now there's another Republican holdout in the mix.
Did they say they're going to respond to you by 4 p.m. today? Did they say they're going to respond to you by 4 p.m.?
I think they realize now that we're serious, and I think Senator Tillis is pretty much on the same page that I am, so they better get real, and there's not much time left.
Hell yeah! This just turned into the most exciting buddy action movie ever. Move over, Hobbs and Shaw. Cornyn and Tillis are in town and they're waiting for a written document. And while we've already heard bad boy John Cornyn lay down the law, let's hear how the rough and tumble Tom Tillis drops the hammer on the DOJ.
Well, I didn't neither established nor was I consulted on a 4 o'clock deadline. What I know is we've got a markup tomorrow and we've got time to maybe make it work.
Okay. I think I get it. Going with the whole good cop, bad cop tact. Well, I think we all know what the solution is now. Time for Daddy Trump to hop on the phone and close the deal for Blanche. That's Don's special sauce. He is the only one who can turn Mr. Corn out back into Mr. Corn in.
Well, all I can say is Todd Blanche is outstanding, and I thought it was pretty routine because he's so good. He just wouldn't find a better person. So I don't know, maybe John Cornyn's upset with me because I didn't endorse him. I don't know what it is.
Yeah, I'd say endorsing his hard-right, scandal-plagued opponent and putting an end to his decades-long career in politics after Cornyn plugged your shitty book and tried to name a fucking road after you is pretty good guess as to why he might be mildly perturbed. The reality is, we should not be dubbing John Cornyn and Tom Tillis courageous figures for taking a stand against Blanche's nomination. First of all, the only time that members of the GOP seem to be able to locate their spine is when they've been fully excommunicated from their own party and have nothing left to lose. That's not exactly peak bravery to tell your boss you quit when you've already been fired. But more importantly, the fact that anyone is applauding this line in the sand over Blanche's nomination just highlights how fucking low the bar is for Republicans. Donald Trump tried to shake down the Treasury for $10 billion, and then, with the help of his former personal criminal defense attorney, deigned to settle that suit with a mere $1.8 billion anti-weaponization fund because he believes these victims deserve compensation. And while Cornyn somehow believes he should be carried off the field on people's shoulders for that, the bigger story is how the majority of Republicans in Congress seem to be perfectly fine with this insane slush fund. You know, the same way they'd be totally fine with a Democrat in the White House creating a multi-billion-dollar fund to compensate anybody targeted as a result of their involvement with the NAACP, ACLU, or Planned Parenthood. Obviously. But of course, they're fine with it because it feeds into this narrative that they and their insurrectionist fans are the victims. And playing victim is all the GOP knows how to do. Republicans didn't lose the election in 2020. They were victims of election fraud. They weren't being kept safe during the pandemic. They were victims of Anthony Fauci's pro-mask regime. And when comedians called out the blatant corruption that we're all witnessing in real time, Republicans are the victims of media bias. But the great irony is, while the GOP claims to be victims and almost unanimously supports Todd Blanche's nomination, there are literal victims being ignored by him.
The meeting was very condescending. It was a lot of talking in circles. It was a lot of arguing semantics and not a lot of actually getting to the core points. We went in with quite a few points that we needed answers to. We needed answers to why Ghislaine Maxwell was moved. We needed answers to why investigative leads haven't been followed or even brought, Comer's office just made 2 referrals. Why aren't we following those referrals that came from your own party? And basically we walked away with absolutely no answers, and it felt like a very no-win situation.
Maybe that is reason enough that this man shouldn't be confirmed as our nation's top law enforcement official. But hey, what do I know? I'm just a dude who thinks pedophilia is bad. Surely Todd Blanche and Donald Trump have some very serious and profound reason that they're continuing to run cover for those very people. The truth is that Todd Blanche doesn't care about Epstein's victims any more than he cares about enforcing the law, and every single Republican knows that.
You just wouldn't find a better person.
Okay, almost every person. Before you go, one quick request. It's become clear to me that this White House is dead set on preventing me from reaching any audience. Trump's decision to put me as the first name on his enemies list is a testament to that. But it didn't quiet down then, and I won't do it now. So please do me a favor and subscribe to this channel, hit the notification bell to be alerted when I post new content, and tune in when I publish videos so that they get picked up in the algorithm. The link to subscribe is right here on the screen. And together, let's make sure that we send a message to this administration that all they're doing by attacking me and independent media is making our platforms all the more powerful. Thanks.
King's Shot, build and fight.
Saving my mother showed who you really are. I'll help with the surgery.
Here's how badly Donald Trump's week is going in Washington. Just through facts. One, Trump cares more about the Attorney General position than just about anything else in government. It is the fulcrum of his efforts to break the rule of law, to punish and indict enemies, and to have sort of favorable treatment of what he perceives to be his vulnerabilities, tax audits and the like. You've probably heard about that in the news. That's number one. Number two, today was a scheduled vote in a Republican-controlled Senate to confirm his Attorney General nominee. And as a reminder, most of Trump's cabinet has been pretty straightforward, pretty easily confirmed by this Republican Senate. And yet, if you've been watching the news, the top of this broadcast, or really any news lately, you might have heard that Trump is crashing in approval. Republicans less afraid of him, don't need to work with him as much, depending on the issue. And that brings us to point number three. The plan to install, controversially, his former personal criminal defense lawyer as Attorney General is derailed. That scheduled vote, off. So that right there is a loss or a setback in the plan. If they had the votes, we know how Congress works, they would have voted today. Translation, they don't have the votes, and we have more evidence on that. But this has been derailed. Donald Trump's plans not going the way he wanted, and the fear of crossing him is fading. Trump says, in response to this setback, that maybe he would just pull the whole nomination, which is a kind of ploy to leave Todd Blanche in as acting AG. Then the midterms would come. Trump is hoping they hold the Senate, and then the two senators causing the most problems, who he primaried, would be gone, and he hopes replaced by more loyal Republicans. But that itself is a gamble that requires them winning the midterms, which is really up in the air, especially when you look at the polling and the war. Cornyn responding that there are other senators that have similar concerns, they just haven't been flushed out in public, which is an interesting point we will discuss tonight. What he's basically saying is he's the heat shield. Other people oppose this, but they don't need to get into a party civil war if the nomination is already stalled. And that came hours after Cornyn sent the DOJ a new proposal to try to resolve this sort of fake, made-up settlement deal that Trump claims would immunize him and his family from future audits. All of this tied up as well in the plan to try to give out money to MAGA allied convicts. Now, Cornyn told reporters already that the way things are going, meaning as of that moment, he was just going to vote no on the AG nominee.
Every time I think we're getting close to a resolution, somebody throws a wrench into the work. So we, this morning, it looks like we're no closer than we were before. I am prepared to vote no, but I do think I owe it to my constituents and to Mr. Blanche to try to negotiate in good faith, and that's what we've been doing.
The sound you hear is of a Republican actually using a little bit of their power as a co-equal branch to govern and regulate the executive branch, in one that many people say has become a runaway executive branch. Now, we'll leave it to the side for now whether Cornyn could have done this. I don't know. Any time in the last 6 years, he lost his seat anyway. But that's where we stand. Now, the Republican Majority Leader, Thune, is still trying to work with Trump to come up with some resolution before this long summer recess begins, which sort of would put a fork in the whole plan. Here's how Politico, a nonpartisan outlet, puts it. Thune leaving the door open to getting Blanche confirmed next week if the senators are able to come to a deal with the DOJ. But, and this is crucial, Politico writes, Cornyn and Tillis have yet to blink. Trump is threatening to take his ball and go home. That would be, obviously, a very public loss in a very key agency, the Department of Justice, all because these senators decided to stand up for something. So, not your normal narrative, a little bit different. I want to bring in Andrew Weissman, former FBI General Counsel, former Mueller prosecutor. He has lived the intersection of the DOJ and Congress. When Congress is doing its job, it can exercise a productive type of oversight. That's why we see people, including the Attorney General, testify. Lately, I think a lot of folks are skeptical or cynical about the whole thing. We'll put to the side Cornyn's newfound constitutional responsibility. And we can do it in 3 minutes. But for now, what's happening here, and do you see this as a type of progress?
Look, it is, as you said, it is a loss. Even if ultimately he is confirmed, in short order or upon, a new Senate, if the Senate is still controlled by Republicans, it is still a loss. But having said that, the idea that you have Senator Thune and others willing to confirm somebody where the hill that two senators have chosen to die on, where they have drawn the line, is such small potatoes. This is somebody who has subpoenaed the New York Times, and his own lawyers have had to go to court and say, we made mistake after mistake, and we didn't even read the leading case on point, and so we're in violation of law. And then the Department.
Join the world's #1 RPG game. Download now.
Jim Jordan, MAGA Republican who chairs the House Judiciary Committee, just self-immolated on live TV. Hat tip to CNN for actually their great questioning right here. The reporter did a very good job. Jim Jordan, when he was asked about why doesn't Todd Blanche just put something in writing to say he's voiding the collusive settlement agreement between Donald Trump and the government that would prevent Donald Trump from being audited for tax evasion and for tax fraud, Jim Jordan's like, I'm not a lawyer. I never passed the bar exam. Watch this moment right here. It's pretty incredible. Let's play it.
You're a lawyer.
I don't know that
Would you actually not? I mean, don't you tell any clients you've ever had, get it in writing? Isn't that like, I don't know, legal 101? I'm not a lawyer, full disclosure.
I'm not a lawyer either. I went to law school, graduated, didn't take the bar exam, so I don't know. But
I also want to give a hat tip to Aaron Rupar for the self-immolation framing that he posted on X. I thought it was perfect, so I had to use it, but I want to give Aaron credit, of course. So then Jim Jordan was just kind of muttering and stuttering, and he was like, I don't know why he won't sign. Maybe he did sign a written agreement to void the settlement. Maybe he did do a written. No, he didn't. The questions by this host were simple, and Jim Jordan was flailing and self-immolating. Let's watch this.
Hopefully the next Attorney General has said this thing is finished.
Yeah, but
so I don't understand why they're
why
holding
won't he put it in
up.
writing?
Well, if that's the agreement, then I don't know that he hasn't done that. All we know is what
he told Congress that he wouldn't.
And Senator
he told a House committee that he wouldn't put it in writing.
Well, but I mean, he's the Attorney General. He's the acting Attorney General. He said it's dead. They're not going to do it. I don't know what else it takes.
Okay, so I just want to show you the full context. You're like, Ben, I know you showed me those clips. Can you show the full context of what went on? By the way, it gets even worse for Jim Jordan from here on out. He's asked about his colleague, Max Miller, the MAGA Republican who has some deeply sick and serious allegations against him. And so you support Max Miller, but you were very much against Graham Plattner. Can you try to explain this? Also, Jim Jordan, you've ducked subpoenas before. You think Fauci should be held in contempt, but you shouldn't. I'll get to those in a moment, but let me first show you the full context of this question, just so you can see how it was presented to Jim Jordan as he had this massive crash out. Let's play it.
Well, it seems to be pretty clear that they want assurances that the anti-weaponization fund will not move forward, and that they have issues with the agreement that the Justice Department made to make sure that the Trumps are not audited by the IRS. Are you supportive of that settlement?
Well, Todd said it's dead. I think he said that multiple times. So I don't know what is going on in these negotiations. The guy who's going to be hopefully the next attorney general has said this thing is finished.
Yeah, but
so
he won't
I don't
put it in
understand
writing.
why they're
won't he
holding
put
it
it in
up.
writing?
Well, if that's the agreement, then dude, I don't know that he hasn't done that. All we know is what
He told Congress that he wouldn't.
And Senator
He told a House committee that he wouldn't put it in writing.
Well, but I mean, he's the attorney general. He's the acting attorney general. He said it's dead. They're not going to do it. I don't know what else it takes.
Well, you're a lawyer.
I don't know that
Would you
require other people
actually
running
not?
for office.
I mean, don't you tell any clients you've ever had, get it in writing? Isn't that like, I don't know, legal 101? I'm not a lawyer. Full disclosure.
I'm not a lawyer either. I went to law school, graduated, didn't take the bar exam, so I don't know. But what I do know is Todd Blanchard is a man of his word. He said that he is not going to. Well, you can get it in writing. I don't know that matter. And maybe that's part of the agreement. I don't know what's being negotiated now, Casey. What I do know is Senator Cornyn and Senator Tillis voted to confirm Merrick Garland.
And then Casey Hunt, hat tip to Casey Hunt for the questioning. And then she said, look, I think the issue, Jim Jordan, is as it relates to this January 6th slush fund, in addition to Trump forcing the government to waive any investigations into his tax evasion and potential tax fraud if it existed, the issue is people don't want their money going to January 6th insurrection, and it's a J6 slush fund. And then Jim Jordan's like, no. That's not where it's going at all. It's like, yes, it is. What are you talking about? Watch as he, again, self-immolates. Let's play it.
Garland's Justice Department were the ones who did the memorandum and said if you're a pro-life Catholic, you're an extremist. And they confirmed him, but won't vote for Todd Blanche?
Well, I think the issue is partly that they want to use taxpayer money to pay people who hurt cops on January 6th.
No. The weaponization fund is set up to help people like Mark Howe, where the Garland FBI kicked in his door pre-dawn raid when he told his lawyer said he's happy to turn himself in.
There
and he went
certainly
to
may be
court,
others,
went to trial,
but it also
and the jury
includes
found
those
him
January
not
6
guilty.
people that are law
It's for
enforcement
people like that. And the board, remember how this was set up? The board evaluates that. So,
but they wouldn't rule out that it
when
could
you
go
say
to
that.
people who beat cops on
it's
January
for
6th. They
IRS
refused to rule it out. The officials did. The vice president refused to rule it out.
FBI whistleblowers that came forward that they wanted to retaliate, that they retaliated against. Those are the people it was designed to help.
And then he's asked about Max Miller, MAGA Republican Congress member accused of some of the most heinous and disgusting acts against his wife, against his child. By the way, Senator Moreno, MAGA Republican from Ohio's daughter, right? And Moreno was the guy with Fauci saying, Fauci, F you, or whatever the hell the guy was saying yesterday. Watch over here, Jim Jordan, reduced to stammering, as Rupert puts it. Let's play this clip.
I also want to ask you about something a little closer to home. There is a colleague of yours in the Ohio delegation, Max Miller, who is facing allegations of abuse from an ex-wife of the wife and his then toddler daughter. Do you think that Max Miller, who denies this abuse, should he resign from Congress in light of the accusations?
Look, this is a family matter. I know Max is a good man. I was up campaigning for him. I hope he wins re-election. He's done a good job as a member of Congress, and we should all pray for his family. These are difficult times that they're going through. We understand that. These kind of situations always are. But Max is a good member and a colleague, and hopefully he's going to win re-election. But ultimately, in the end, that's up to the voters in his district. But yeah, we were up helping Max just a few weeks ago at a campaign event up in his district in the northern part of our state.
So, I mean, it's just worth noting. I mean, the allegations include that Miller scalded his ex-wife's chest and stomach when he threw hot water at her, that he held a gun to her head, that he pushed her against a wall and hit her in the head, that he fractured their daughter's collarbone and bruised her shoulder, that his 2-year-old daughter reportedly told his ex-wife, quote, Daddy, kill you. I want to play for you what you said when you were asked about Graham Plattner, who faced allegations of abuse. Let's watch what you told.
I've not heard all this stuff.
Well, it was in the New York Times. It was in the New York Times. That's the list of allegations. It's been out there for a while. I just want to show you what you told Newsmax when you saw that Graham Plattner was facing these accusations. Watch.
she was forced to leave her fiancé with his child in her belly. 4 years later, fate made them stand face to face. Seeing him for the first time, she was transported to that dreadful night.
Stop, Catherine! Why?
My son is a brain surgeon. And you're a bloody nobody. He should be ashamed of a slut like you. I won't have you ruin all I've built to give birth to that brat!
This is your grandson. I'll run. You'll never see me. Just...
Slut.
Blaine's mother sliced open my pregnant belly and left me bleeding on the floor.
Poor Zoe kept crying for help throughout the night until she became unconscious. However, Destiny had some other plans. Zoe was taken to the hospital, and it was a miracle like nobody had ever seen before.
Congratulations. It's a boy.
A baby was born after being stabbed multiple times in the womb. The night that was supposed to be the end of us became the new beginning. I vowed to go away from Blaine and raise my son alone. Shortly after his birth, Max was diagnosed leukemia. But I was determined to save my son's life, even if I had to do it alone. I had almost forgotten about my past. But one day, everything came storming back to me.
Candy for the sweetest man in the hospital?
That's not me. Give me my candy.
You're so sweet I could eat you up.
Why do you talk about the handsome doctor so much? Mommy!
Slow down, sweetheart.
That's always been the case with Democrats. It's all about maintaining power. They will take any crazy position as long as it furthers their ability to win elections and get power, and frankly to go against anyone who goes against President Trump.
Why does that not apply here to Republicans who want to keep power in the seat?
Well, I don't know the context of the question I was asked about Mr. Plattner, but my guess it was about all the ridiculous positions he's taken.
The banner there says Plattner's ex-girlfriend accuses him of abuse.
The Nazi tattoo and everything else. Yeah, well, I don't know. I didn't answer. I don't know that I answered that question. I think I was dealing with just who he was as a candidate and the crazy anti-Semitic, anti-Israel, pro-Nazi positions that he has taken. I think is evidenced by the fact that he had a Nazi tattoo on his chest.
All right, Congressman Jim Jordan, thanks for spending some time with us.
And frankly, it wasn't me that kicked him off the ballot. It was the Democrats.
All right, fair enough, sir. Thank you very much. We'll be right back.
Then Jim Jordan was asked additional questions about his evasion of subpoenas. And do you think Fauci should be held in contempt? And Jim Jordan didn't know what to say because Jim Jordan, if you're going to hold Fauci in contempt, you're going to hold Jim Jordan. By the way, Fauci shouldn't be held. Why are we even talking about Fauci? But Jim Jordan's like, I don't know. We will see. And again, I've always been flagging this. Jim Jordan chairs the House Judiciary Committee. Now, as a lawyer, a former practicing lawyer, as someone who passed the California bar exam, as a law professor, I'm no longer a litigator, I'm a law professor, and I passed the bar exam a long time ago at this point. What was it, 16 years ago, or whatever it was? I don't think passing the bar exam makes you a smarter person than someone who doesn't pass the bar exam, okay? I'm sure there are lots of people who don't do way more smart. It's a unique exam that tests things that to me, it's not an intelligence exam, but whatever. But I don't think you should chair the House Judiciary Committee if you're not a licensed lawyer, or if you don't even acknowledge that if you're not actually a lawyer. Why are you on the House Judiciary Committee? And here's the thing with MAGA. Everything is fraudulent. Everything is fake. Everything is a gimmick, including their House Judiciary Chair, who doesn't know about the judiciary by his own admission. Let me show you how he's freaked out and crashed out when he was asked over here. Take a look at this immolation on CNN when he was asked about the him not responding to subpoenas. And Dr. Fauci, play this clip.
You know, worth noting, you ignored a subpoena in 2022. Do you think that Fauci should be held in contempt for what we saw from him?
over that period.
Well, we're going back and look at the transcript, look what he said. What I do know is everything he told us turned out to be false. And now that we have his diary, we learned he was more arrogant than we even thought he was. And he knew at the time things he was telling the American people were not accurate. Never forget, Casey, this guy, think about this. He told us it didn't come from a lab when it did. He told us it wasn't gain of function done at the lab when it was. He told us it wasn't our tax money used to finance the research done at that lab in China, when in fact it was. He said the vaccinated couldn't get it. That was wrong. The vaccinated couldn't transmit it. That was wrong. He told us masks work. That was wrong. He told us 6 feet social distancing was based on science. That was wrong. And he told us this virus, there was no natural immunity. He was 0 for 8. And he was also the most arrogant individual you've ever seen, and that was confirmed by his diary. And he knew at the time those things he was telling us was not accurate. And somehow that's okay. I mean,
I didn't say that. I was asking
frankly,
if you think
I was him, I'd have taken the fifth too.
I was asking if you think he should be held in contempt.
We're going back and looking at all the transcripts and seeing what he said. We're going to evaluate all that. I know Senator Paul is looking at that as well. We will see.
I do want to share this with you earlier. This is North Carolina Senator Tillis, who along with Senator Cornyn says they want to see a written document that voids Trump's settlement agreement with the government regarding Trump's no investigation into Trump's tax evasion, no audit, into those topics, that is, and this January 6th slush fund. Here's what Tillis says.
The president's getting bad advice. He should listen to Blanche and others who think if it's dead, it should be rendered completely dead.
What do you mean he's getting bad advice? I mean, this is the president making a decision.
Him to not do what Blanche said they were going to do. Whoever that person is giving the president bad advice. The only reason why we would move forward with this language is because that same advisor wants to bring it back to life at some point.
He's in the advisors, but it's the president.
You can draw that conclusion, Manu, and I can draw one that's got my eyes on the...
Here's what John Cornyn said earlier today, Senator Cornyn from Texas. He's a former Texas Supreme Court justice before being a Texas senator. And by the way, did you see the latest Texas polls coming out? Tallarico leading Ken Paxton by 3. And even in the governor's race, the Democrat only down 1 to Abbott. That's a big deal. I'll do a video on that tomorrow morning for everybody. But let's take a look right here what Cornyn had to say. Let's...
Whiteout Survival. Download for free.
play it.
I thought we were pretty close to landing the plane last night, but this morning there's been some more complications. I think if this were just between me and Todd Blanche, we would have worked this out, but apparently he's getting some pushback from higher ups at the White House. I don't know who, but this doesn't need to be this hard.
What have you heard from the White House, and what have you heard from the Justice Department?
Well, they made a proposal last night. We made a counter proposal, and we thought we basically had met in the middle, but heard this morning that that was all off.
So he doesn't want to put it in writing? Is that what it is?
That's basically it, yeah. And it's what he testified to under oath, so it's not like this is something new and different. And it causes me concern if they don't want to put it in writing that this is not something that is going to be enforceable in the long term, because as you know, people can change their mind later on, whether it's to reconstitute the weaponization fund or that what they claim the limits are of the release, that now they take a different position in a court. So we need
what was the proposal? Can you explain what the counter proposal was? What did you offer?
Basically, we provided some additional documentation that did not.
Let me show the 4 iPhone tips for seniors. The last one is the best. Tip 1.
Trump could be dead in 3 days, but I don't want him to die. And quite frankly, neither do you. Now listen to me, hear me out. I got a good reason I don't want this man dead, and you don't neither. I'm going to get into that, and I'm going to talk about why in the world I keep doing this countdown to Trump dying. Well, here's the thing. I came close to dying. Yes, I did. In April, I was diagnosed with a brainstem stroke. I just had 2 things happening. Some of my videos, I was talking out the side of my mouth, kind of like this. Okay, talking out the side of my neck. And I had this imbalance while walking, and I couldn't understand why. Well, my blood sugars and cholesterol. I did not have a stroke because of Trump. Fuck that motherfucker, we're winning. We're winning. Remember this as I say it throughout the video. He didn't win. He's not winning now. He's on the list. The list is coming out. If he does live past Saturday, he's going to jail, and he's going to have company. Yes, he will. So let's talk about that. Why don't I want him gone? Everybody like, he'll be gone. First of all, do you realize what Vance is? Do you have any fucking idea who Vance is? Vance is dangerous. Dangerous. Motherfuckers always try to point at Kamala. I'm like, bitch, please, are you kidding? Vance is dangerous. He ain't gonna make the mistakes Trump made. And he ain't calling no 25th Amendment, because he knows if he does that, his term is over. It's over. He ain't gonna get the MAGA support for 2028. That's the only reason. Everybody begging him to do it, he ain't gonna do it. Ain't gonna happen, ain't gonna happen. The way he figures, as long as Trump don't have nuclear warheads, he'll be okay. And so far, the generals have said, no, Mr. President, which is good. Thank goodness. They stopped him from that and stopped him from making plans to invade Greenland. What the fuck? Invade Greenland. So here's the thing. The reason I want him around is because put in the comments, bleed out, because you know where I'm going. If you're a regular person here, if you're the first time here, I give you context, not news. And the reason I think, the reason I want him around is because this fool is walking into a shitstorm. Welcome to the shit show. So what's happening is the more he talks this crazy talk, the worse he pulls down himself, the administration, and the GOP. So I want him around. I want him around to pull them motherfuckers down, because they're trying to kill us. And I'll mention that again in a moment as soon as I tell you this. Here's the thing. Let's take a step back for a minute. I said, oh, I don't want him dead, but he could be dying. Well, I was diagnosed with a brainstem stroke. I have had 2 MRIs since April. 2 MRIs. This guy has had 6 MRIs there and 3 major checkups. Like, no, even at 80, you ain't supposed to have no double checkup like that. This guy's dying. He's having trouble. But that's not according to me. I'm not a doctor. What the fuck? I'm talking about doctors, plural, across the web on social media. Like, something's wrong. This guy fucked up. There's something wrong. Even the Republicans ones are like, the ghosts of Lindsey Graham and Charlie Kirk and Mitch McConnell are coming for you. Mitch McConnell ain't alive. They just propped his ass up like Weekend at Bernie's. So, go ahead, get Mitch up, get him moving, get him up. That's all they doing. They propping up Mitch. Here's the thing. Every time Trump went to MRI, he come out, I had an MRI, and then everybody else in the White House like, you got a CAT scan. I had an MRI. Come on, man. And speaking from somebody who's a survivor, stroke survivor, I'm like, dude, something that happened with dude. And he's walking around, something wrong, blah, blah, blah. He's got problems, okay? He's got problems. And you might say, I want him gone. You don't want Vance there. You don't want Vance there. See, we know Trump now. We're winning 80% in the lower courts, mid courts, so bad that he's going back to Supreme Court, said, could you throw out my E. Jean Carroll case? Could you really let me get rid of mail-in voting before the election? Could you do that, terribly do that, allow my thing going? Begging, please. Like the old James Brown song, man. I'm telling you, man. No. Keep his ass around. Just for a little longer. Bring him down. Let's get that. All of us show up in the polls and get a Democratic Senate and a Democratic House majority. Now, House majority, we're going to have a big majority. Senate, we're going to barely creep through. There's 22 Republican seats up. We got Maine now. Now that Kamala is endorsing him. Kamala won Maine. We got Maine. They're going to get Maine through. They're going to get Troy Jackson through. They're going to get them through. But I'm trying to tell you that we need it. We need him to piss off the base. They ain't nothing like, I was thinking about sending him some Obama monkey pictures. Hey, put this on there, Trump. Put this on there. Damn Obama monkeys. Go ahead. Come on, take some of the monkey pictures out there. We need this win, baby. We need this win. Hercules. So, yeah. So why do I think he's gone? Could die. I said it 135 days ago. If I'm wrong on Sunday, I'm going to do a video. I hope I'm wrong. See, first of all, I ain't wishing death on nobody. I'm just saying I think he could, according to what the doctors say. They don't think this motherfucker gonna make it. I might be off by a few days, but I don't want him to go. I want him to ride this year out, just like he gonna take that ride to jail. Now, how's he gonna go to jail, Darren? With a Democratic majority and transparency, Epstein 2.0, we gonna find out in the Epstein files, because they gonna release this shit eventually. It's coming out. And we gonna find out what the itty bitty titty committee he was messing around with, him, Pettichild president was over there messing around with, and we gonna find out what the hell this fool did. We gonna find out. It's coming. When it all comes out. Yeah, it's coming out. It's happening. So this could get him kicked out. The corruption could get him kicked out. But then everybody's going to run. But Vance will pardon him. Yes, absolutely. But I want to introduce you to something that I'm the only creator I've heard consistently say for the last 19, almost 20 months. And that is states' rights, bitch. See, states can come after him over corruption because the corruption, he fucked up their money. And the itty bitty titty committee going after them little girls? Dude, where did he do that in? Florida and what? New York. I want him around, baby. Because here's the thing. Just like as president, he's pulling people down. He's going to pull them people down. He going to pull them people down, y'all. Come on now. Y'all know damn well Trump ain't going alone. Everybody got to go to jail. If everybody going to jail, he gonna pull everybody. We want this motherfucker. No. I don't want him in the grave. I want him in the graces of the law. You dig? That's why I'm saying it. But if boy kicks out, let me tell you, let me walk you through what happens then. Of course, J.D. Vance gets sworn in, and we got to watch him like a hawk while everybody, so many people are celebrating. Ain't nothing to celebrate. Fuck that. We still got a war. It's a different president. Same vibration. Because that motherfucking J.D. is going to fuck up, man. Man, listen. J.D. going to be slicker. Trump was right about one thing. He's like, man, if I'm gone, all of you will not have the same fight, and there won't be as much attention at all. He's right, and that's the danger, because no attention means JD gonna try some super slick shit. Fuck that motherfucker. I'm just saying. Yeah, he could be gone in 3 days, but I will not be sitting there dancing, celebrating. I'll be like, okay, where JD at? Where that motherfucker go? Ain't a couch safe in America with that president. You know? Shit, J.D. Vance come in, that President J.D. Couch Vance. For real. Is Jennifer Sofa still around? IKEA gonna have a problem? Hell, even the futons, you know. Need no line. You know, talk about FC survivors. Shit. We're going to talk about Birkenstocks and survivors with them couches, man. I'm not making fun of survivors or FC or nothing. I'm talking about this man with couches. But yeah, man, he could die, but I don't want this fool to go out. I want this guy to be around, because the more he's around, the more we can get down. But it gets worse when you think about it with JD, because JD, again, JD has Heritage Foundation, and really Heritage Foundation. Trump just has mega scams going on because he's a mega scamster motherfucker. But when the scams are up, his family going down, they going to jail quicker. Let me break it down. Barron, Don Jr., Eric going to jail. Jared should have been in jail. His son-in-law. They going down. Going down. That's what I'm trying to tell you, all right? Grabs onto the narrative, okay? Now, in the meanwhile, understand this. Binge watch my content if you're new. Hopefully, I've earned your subscription. We're almost at 100,000. Man, listen, we're going to make it through this. But, you know, Trump may not. But here's the thing. I don't want him to die. I want him around, because the more he around, the better for us. Now, y'all disagree or whatever, let it know in the comments, but I'm telling you, the more this nut's around, the more...
Want to get this damage machine for free? Use the code NEMESIS to claim the epic Akemtum.
Comparing Pokemon card values online versus this new trading card app. This Charizard number 154 is going for roughly $900 with a PSA 10. However, on this app is going for over $1,000. Now let's take a look at this Pikachu 131 is going for under $400 for a PSA 10. But on this app, you can get it for $465. This new app is absolutely flooding the market. You can win any one of these cards just through opening these packs right here. Not to mention they have an absolutely amazing 100% fair market value buyback guarantee. These are just some of the cards that I won through opening the packs. Let's take a look at this one. Blastoise EX. Blastoise EX number 202, PSA 10, 150, but on the app, 190. I'm definitely selling this. Look at that, right into the balance. And I can do that with any one of these cards. However, you can also get them shipped to your front door. This is definitely going to be my new platform that I use to get all my Pokemon cards. Y'all gotta download this and give it a try.
As you know, the Trump administration significantly cut the staff at CP3, which you worked with, which led to your resignation. Is that true?
Senator, there is no more office at all. The entire thing was dismantled on the final two people left on September 11th and 12th.
So the prevention effort you're describing to us is now no longer funded?
That is correct.
Are you concerned about the potential rise in attacks that we may see with a similar level of inquiries taking place under this administration?
Senator, I've given my life to protecting the American people. I'm incredibly worried about the rise of targeted violence and terrorism across the ideological spectrum at the same time that we've dismantled the very apparatus that can prevent it.
Hi again, everyone. It's now 5 o'clock in the East. That man is William Braniff. He is a counterterrorism scholar who he was the director of the Center for Prevention Programs and Partnerships, or CP3. It was a division of DHS established by the Biden administration and then gutted by Donald Trump soon after he became president for a second term, leading to Braniff's resignation and protest. The cutting of CP3 is among the many actions this administration has taken that are the focus of a new report by Democrats on the Senate Homeland Security Committee, which calls out the undoing of critical counterterrorism infrastructure, leaving this country more vulnerable to threats. From that report released by Michigan Senator Gary Peters, quote, "Since the first day of his second term, President Trump and his administration have dismantled critical national security agencies and programs and diverted significant resources and attention away from the fight against terrorism. These actions are the result of a combination of ideologically motivated firings and realignment of personnel and the wielding of government resources from grants to counterterrorism authorities as a weapon against political opponents. The administration's actions have left Americans far more vulnerable to a potential terrorist attack and left law enforcement officers and agents without the tools to protect our nation." MS Now's reporting of the senator's examination makes note of this, quote, "The report says the Justice Department and the FBI have lost more than 15,000 employees, including many experienced national security professionals. Others have been reassigned, including the entire staff of the FBI's Domestic Terrorism Operations Section, which provided operational support to all 55 FBI field offices in investigating domestic terrorism threats." MS Now has reached out to the White House, the Justice Department, the FBI, and DHS for comment. Meanwhile, this week saw the confirmation of Jay Clayton as the Director of National Intelligence, a man we already know from his congressional testimony will go to great lengths to tell Donald Trump what he wants to hear. And the current DHS Secretary, Mark Wayne Mullen, has a history of comments encouraging violence. During his confirmation hearing in March, he said dueling was still allowed in the Senate, to which Senator Rand Paul quickly corrected, saying it has been illegal for 170 years, all fitting into a portrait of an administration that does not prioritize safety or Americans' security much at all. As the report summarizes, quote, "Almost 25 years after the attacks of September 11th, 2001, the Trump administration's misalignment of resources and ideologically driven decision-making on what counts as terrorism has created vulnerabilities in America's national security preparedness, and in this moment of great threat, ultimately jeopardizes the safety of the American people." That is where we start the hour with some of our favorite reporters and friends. MS Now Justice and Intelligence reporter Ken Delanian is with us. Also joining us, senior political analyst, host of the Runaway Country podcast, and the author of the Substack, How the Hell with Alex Wagner. Alex Wagner is here. And former Deputy National Security Advisor to President Obama, now co-host of Pod Save the World. Contributor Ben Rhodes is back. Ken Delanian, take us through your reporting.
Nicole, as everyone knows, the U.S. government remade itself after the 9/11 attacks and just completely reoriented priorities. The FBI was reimagined, put tons of resources into the fight against terrorism. We made a lot of mistakes. A lot of things we did were imperfect. But 25 years after 9/11, when you look back on what the U.S. government did, there were many successes. The U.S. government essentially defeated al-Qaeda and prevented another catastrophic terror attack and unraveled plot after plot. And the FBI, in particular, got very good at getting inside terror plots and stopping them before they metastasize into something that was very dangerous. And what this report says and compiles is what we've been covering as a slow-rolling disaster, but this report puts it all together, is that the Trump administration has been systematically dismantling a lot of the counterterrorism tools that we've relied on. And it's not even clear that they're doing this intentionally. It's a collection of policies that is resulting in making, as Senator Peters, the author of the report, said, making Americans less safe. And it starts with the hemorrhaging of experienced counterterrorism professionals from places like the FBI and DHS and the Justice Department, 38% of the lawyers in the National Security Division are gone. These are the people who presided over the war on terror, who learned how to prosecute these cases and how to handle FISA warrants and do all of the legal intricacies of prosecuting the war on terror while maintaining Americans' rights. And then the other part of this report is it describes the way that the administration is focusing almost entirely in a domestic context on left-wing extremism while completely ignoring and not even mentioning in its latest counterterrorism strategy the very real problem of right-wing extremism. And that actually has been the more acute terror threat in recent years, is homegrown domestic violent extremists. And it really feels like we are leaving ourselves essentially much less prepared for potential threats, and we won't know it until it happens. That's the really scary part about this. We don't really know how bad this is and how unprepared we are as a government for the threats that exist, Nicole.
Ken Delaney, and it was Christopher Wray who testified before Congress in September or October of 2020 that by far the greatest threat to the homeland was domestic violent extremism, and within that bucket, the largest group was racially motivated white supremacists. So did they go away, or are we just not tracking them anymore?
They're not even mentioned. The white supremacists are not even mentioned in the latest Trump administration counterterrorism strategy. And that just shows that this is more about ideology than anything else. And again, look, we all know it's not in Donald Trump's interest as the president for a catastrophic, horrific terrorist attack to happen on his watch. But the sum total of the policies that his administration is implementing is making that more of a risk. Professionals across the spectrum will say that. And in part, it's a blinkered ideology, the idea that government is always bad. And, it started with DOJ and coming in and just taking a meat axe to these agencies without regard for the kind of people that they were driving out. And then, of course, the ideologically motivated firings. A lot of the FBI agents who worked the cases against Donald Trump happen to be some of the most experienced counterterrorism and counterintelligence agents, and they're gone now. And you can't replace that kind of expertise. So it's a really bleak picture, Nicole.
All my friends moved to the city, and maybe they're like me, trying to build something of their own. I just never figured out how to start. Hey Replit, build me a site where people can see my work and make bookings. Turns out the first step didn't have to happen at a desk. It could happen the second an idea hit. Make the colors of the site warm, soft, and a little faded. Add a font like that, a serif with some weight. This is looking really good, but I needed to do a little more. Add a way for clients to book real dates and make payments. And when it was ready, I could make it live. Create your future right from your phone. What will you build today? Download the Replit mobile app.
Fight.
Alex, you've done some incredible reporting yourself on through the militia movements. Let me show you what a little bit more of what William Braniff said about our vulnerabilities on the extremism front.
All of us have vulnerabilities, and if those vulnerabilities go unaddressed, we could wind up being manipulated into engaging in violent extremism. We did 1,172 interventions. Think about that. 1,172 interventions for individuals who were exhibiting risks of violence. They were making veiled threats of violence. They were socially isolated. And those interventions were across the ideological spectrum. Some people were flirting with white supremacy. Some people were flirting with anti-government extremism. Some people were just flirting with violence for violence sake. The point is, we didn't wait until something terrible happened and then blame the ideology behind it. We actually did a therapeutic intervention. And in 94% of those interventions, the individual got help. And there was no violence. In 6%, they had made a threat to public safety that was imminent, or they had crossed a criminal threshold, and they were referred to law enforcement. So we supported those individuals, averted nearly 1,200 potential acts of violence, and never sacrificed public safety.
I think they describe that as staying left of boom. I mean, this suggests that we're all far, far away from any sort of environment where that's even the government's aim.
Yeah, I mean, in the report from Mike Rogers today is not bedtime reading, because it will leave you freaked out, to say the least. In addition to the hemorrhaging of qualified and, I think, key roles inside the institutions themselves, they've canceled or otherwise politicized $1 billion of federal money that's meant to shore up public safety and national security at the state level, which is often, I mean, that's almost, in terms of targeting and really zeroing in on homegrown terror and terror threats, state level monitoring is essential in all of that. And instead, as you just discussed a second ago, they're focused on Antifa and cartel organizations. Antifa, as a domestic terror organization, does not exist in law, something the report points out. And their war against the drug cartels, which basically amounts to public executions of fishermen in the Caribbean, according to Trump's own DEA, has had no measurable impact on the cocaine trade. They've just killed 226 people in boats since last September and called it a win. I mean, not only are they destroying the institutions from within, those foolish, idiotic, and misguided efforts that they do engage in are also failures. I mean, it's just like a catastrophic level of failure on every front.
Well, well, well. I'm sensing that there's some blood in the water. The sharks are circling. And just maybe, Acting Attorney General Todd Blanche's nomination to become the Attorney General for the United States, maybe limp and dead, dead on arrival. Not quite sure what phrase you want to use, but it's all appropriate. Now, let's start with the breaking news. This is a post on Truth Social from Donald Trump. Just came out July 30th, today at 11:15 a.m. Eastern. I don't agree with a lot of things that convicted felon Donald Trump says. I especially don't agree with his assertion that Todd Blanche is a, quote, star, and everyone knows it. Of course, felon Trump wants to start a Truth Social post with a lie. Putting that aside, he then accuses John Cornyn and Tom Tillis, quote, both of whom I refuse to endorse and whose political careers have been ended by my action. Trump accuses Cornyn and Tillis of refusing to vote for Todd Blanche because of some type of personal vendetta. Then Trump says that Cornyn and Tillis voted for Merrick Garland and that Trump has no objection to temporarily withdrawing Todd Blanche's name for AG and then putting it back into the mix after Cornyn and Tillis are no longer in office. There really isn't any more histrionics, as is typical in a Trump Truth Social post. I was kind of surprised, frankly. And then this gem of a tweet we got from John Cornyn. He says, quote, POTUS is mistaken if he believes concerns about the provisions in his tax lawsuit settlement are limited to me and Senator Tillis. You know, maybe opening up that curtain and letting us peer into the inner workings and machinations of Senate Judiciary on the Republican side to see what is the holdup Just by way of background, remember, today, July 30th, 2026, was supposed to be the date that Senate Judiciary voted on Acting Attorney General Todd Blanche's nomination by convicted felon Donald Trump for his personal lawyer, Todd Blanche, to become the Attorney General of the United States. Now, this nomination has been racked with a lot of hiccups along the way, and understandably so, because Todd Blanche is one of the most failed examples of integrity, honor, loyalty to the rule of law and to the Constitution that we've had in terms of nominees. He may come packaged in a way that looks decent. I'll be the first to concede that Todd Blanche looks the part, more so than maybe others, but it doesn't mean that he fits for the role. He just doesn't, because Todd Blanche doesn't have loyalty to the Constitution. Todd Blanche also doesn't understand and grasp the fundamentals, which is he is no longer personal counsel to felon Donald Trump. By the way, the reason why I call Donald Trump convicted felon Donald Trump is because he was convicted for 34 felonies of falsification of business records when he was successfully prosecuted, and a jury of Trump's peers found him guilty of those felony crimes after being prosecuted by the Manhattan DA Alvin Bragg. And who, you may ask, were Trump's lawyers for that failed criminal trial? Oh my gosh, it would be Todd Blanche and a guy named Emil Bovee, who is currently sitting in a lifetime appointment on the Third Circuit Court of Appeals. He's a federal appeals court judge for the rest of his life. Anyway, Todd Blanche doesn't understand that he is no longer the personal lawyer for convicted felon Donald Trump, that he is actually supposed to be the lawyer for the people of the United States, for the American people. But even under oath, when he's been testifying in front of Congress, he's made it pretty clear that it's Donald Trump only and Donald Trump's agenda and policies only that are his priority. And he's unabashedly, unashamedly open about it. He's actually pretty fucking disrespectful about it. And if I were any U.S. senator, I wouldn't vote yes on Blanche for shit. I wouldn't even vote yes for him to be dog catcher. But here we are. So let's get into some of the details of what has unraveled over the last, I'd say, 24 hours, not even, when it comes to Blanche's nomination. As I said, he was supposed to go up for a vote this morning, 9 a.m. That was executive business that was supposed to be handled by Senate Judiciary. Late yesterday, we get an announcement that that meeting this morning has been postponed. Why? Well, Senators Tom Tillis and John Cornyn continue to express skepticism over Blanche's nomination and have made it clear that they are not voting yes until and unless certain concessions are extracted from Blanche/Donald Trump. Now, both John Cornyn and Tom Tillis both did not get felon Trump's endorsement in their last races. They both lost, and they are both on their way out of Congress. All of that being said,
wow, who's that gorgeous lady?
See what happens next on TikTok. Download now.
My whole crew knew my wife was cheating for 2 years. Nobody told me. When I found out why they stayed quiet, it broke me worse than she did. The only thing that put me back together was what my brother flew in from Oslo to show me. So here's what happened. 4th of July, my house, my grill, 20 people in my backyard. We ran out of ice. I went to the garage to grab another bag. That's when I heard my wife's voice behind the garage, talking to Darius, my best friend since college. My best man, godfather to my son. She was laughing. She said, Andre, have you seen him lately? He looks 60. I stopped looking at him years ago. Then it got quiet, and I heard them kiss. Stood there holding a bag of ice 20 feet away. He was my brother for 25 years. She was my wife for 20. I didn't swing on him, not yet. I carried the ice back to the cooler, flipped the burgers, hosted my own funeral for 4 more hours, and smiled the whole time. 3 weeks later, she moved out straight into his place. That's when I found out 2 years it had been going on. The whole crew knew. Every cookout, every game night, every man at my table knew. Nobody said a word. You know why? One of them finally told me, man, we figured you knew and just accepted it. Look at yourself. We thought you gave up. That night I stood in the bathroom and looked at myself for the first time in years. I'm 47. Started drinking with the fellas after work at 25. Friday beers became Saturday beers. Saturday beers became every game, every cookout, every night. 30 pounds heavier than my wedding day. My chest was soft through every t-shirt. My jawline was gone. My gut hung over my belt. There was gray in my beard I didn't put there. They say black don't crack. Standing in that mirror, I watched it crack. She said I look 60. The mirror agreed with her. Tried everything for 4 years, gym 3 days a week, hooping at the Y on Saturdays, cut beer 6 different times, 7-5 hard TRT pills off some clinic in Vegas. Nothing moved, I went to my doctor. He looked at me for 2 minutes, said it's just aging. You're 47, lose 10 pounds, so get on TRT. I walked out of his office and sat in my truck for an hour. That same week, I called my brother Lars, my boy since college. Closer than blood, turns out the only real friend I had. Married a Norwegian girl 25 years ago. Moved to Oslo, runs a lymphatic recovery clinic for the Norwegian Olympic team. I told him what happened. He said, I'm flying out Friday. Don't argue. He got off the plane, didn't hug me, didn't ask how I was holding up. Put his hands on my shoulders and said, brother, we got work to do. You are not staying like this.
3 days until his lesson.
He set a small Resilient pouch on the kitchen counter. The soft gels inside looked like golden premium capsules. He said, you know those brothers who hit 50 and still look 35? The uncles at the cookout who haven't aged since 99. The ball players still playing at 40. The pastors who look the same in every church photo for 30 years. They're not luckier than you. They're not more disciplined than you. They get support every week. Every athlete I work with in Norway gets supported. It's the locker room secret nobody tells regular guys. I looked at him like he was crazy. Lars, I gained 30 pounds in 4 years. I don't need support, I need to lose weight. He looked me right in the eye. He said, you don't have alcohol weight, you have alcohol buildup. After years of drinking, your lymphatic system slows down. Every beer, every Crown Coke, every weekend. The waste your body was supposed to drain just sits there, hard, stuck behind your chest muscle, in your gut, under your jaw. That's not fat, that's waste. You can do every workout on earth.
Right now, as we sit here today on July 30th, Todd Blanche continues to refuse to put into writing in any way that the $1.76 billion slush fund that has been labeled by Trump and his lackeys a, quote, anti-weaponization fund, which is just really tantamount to theft from American taxpayers to just go fund another insurrection. Blanche continues to refuse to put into writing that that $1.776 billion slush fund is dead on arrival. He refuses to acknowledge, he'll say it till he turns blue in the face, that it is not happening anymore, and yet we don't have anything in writing to corroborate, substantiate, or make it concrete and final and enforceable that that slush fund will not move forward. There's another big sticking point. Todd Blanche actually openly refuses to acknowledge that the very broad tax immunity provision that was included in that bullshit settlement agreement for that collusive lawsuit that Felon Trump brought down in the Southern District of Florida against the IRS and the Department of Treasury. Blanche refuses to acknowledge that that tax immunity provision is absurd and that it's gone. He'll talk about that slush fund till the cows come home, but he refuses